How's it going, everyone? Hope everyone's doing fantastic. I'm gonna watch this DSP clip real quick while I order food because this dude's a loser and I don't respect him. Where's all my weed? I'm missing a weed. There it is. Okay. I'm gonna get high one last time this week, unless a very special event happens, and then I have to get high. You understand how it is. Damn it, I forgot my bag. Come on, bam. You know I ain't got this. This stream is sponsored by Echo Unlimited. So buy their clothing or I'll get angry. That's my sales pitch. If you don't do it, I will get even more angry, and then heads will start rolling. Let's see what DSP is on about.
Complained about you playing Nioh 3. Don't. It's trash. For me, Nioh 3 is just going to be more of the same. If not, oh, they added one new element like it's an open world now, but it's just another Souls-like, and I'm tired of them. I would play so many other genres of games before I would play a Souls-like right now, unless it's really an official FromSoft
Also,
game.
wait. What does this person say? I want to hear this again. It sounded retarded.
Irvin says, remember how I complained about you playing Nioh 3? Don't. It's trash.
No, it's not.
For
It's
me,
good.
Nioh 3 is just going to be more of the same. If not, oh, they added one new element like it's an open world now, but it's just another Souls-like, and I'm tired of them. I would play so many other genres of games before I would play a Souls-like right now, unless it's really an official FromSoft game. I'm just tired of Souls-likes. I think the formula has become played out.
You know what I mean?
But you can't point to any real evidence why this exists, because in one of the immortal words of Matt McMuscles, he was talking with Pat during Super Best Friends, and they were talking about how there's been an increase back then, even, oh goodness, good morning, Zambi. Even back then, there was an increase in Souls games. And so this dude, Matt McMuscles, complete turd brain, was saying, I am excited for this. Wow, look at that. Look at that facial capture right there. That's a pretty good one. Look at how pissed off he is at me for even daring to disagree with him. I'm taking this picture. I'm taking this. This is the, you just said something positive about Neon Genesis Evangelion face. Oh yeah, that's getting saved. Hell yeah. What's this? You're saying good things about a show I don't like? Alright, that's it. Mods, you know what to do. Send this dude to the Shadow Realm. Anyway, Matt was saying that it's a good thing that there's so many rip-offs of Souls games, because Souls formula kicks ass. So it's a good thing. DSP doesn't understand anything. He's very stupid. He doesn't even understand things on a macro level, micro level, even conceptual levels. He doesn't get it. So when he's complaining about this stuff and saying, oh, I only want to play authentic Souls games from Dark Souls, from Software or whatever. So he's created this, I don't know, appeal to authenticity, I guess you could say, that it's not an authentic Souls game unless it's from FromSoft. But that's like saying it's not a legitimate shooting game unless it's from id Software. It's not. What's this, Halo? Yeah, that's not a legit shooting game. Doom is legit. Doom is the only shooting game that exists. Any other game that exists that's like that, this works even well because there's games that were even around Doom's era that were, you know, first-person shooters as well. But DSP glosses over that as well. There's been games that are like Souls games. It's not the only real thing that's different about Souls game is the fetch to go get your shit. That's really it. Hard bosses always existed. Resource management always existed. Build dedication always existed. Steep learning curve always existed. Interconnected map design always existed. So it's just Souls games, think of it like a sandwich shop, is a very specific type of sandwich. But DSP is saying here, unless this sandwich comes specifically from, I don't know, Firehouse Subs, it doesn't count. I don't understand that logic. I don't get that. Because, and DSP doesn't get it because isn't that supposed to be a good thing? To have more people trying to do their own iteration of something. Isn't that a good thing? Because then you can find formulas that are niche and specific. For example, Nioh, as much as it's like Souls, it's really not. it's pretty different from Dark Souls. So DSP to oversimplify and just call it a Souls clone is stupid. It's Souls-like. Keyword like, adjacent, similar, as being similar in nature to. And furthermore, where I started with all this is I don't understand where he's even coming with this opinion that they've become watered down and shitty. Okay, that's kind of always been the problem. Honestly, Dark Souls was watered down and shitty by Dark Souls itself in some capacity. Dark Souls 2 was seen as a major step backwards in a lot of ways. And then you have Lords of the Fallen, which was always a shitty game. So he's branding these games shitty based on the few that are existing and trash. And furthermore, it's user error. Because a lot of times with DSP, I love this freeze frame of Phil. Look at how pissed he is. I can't take my eyes off this dude. I'm maintaining eye contact. What are you looking at, Phil? I'm telling you, you're an idiot. Anyway, what was I saying? Was I saying something profound? Probably not. It's user error. Go back and watch his playthrough of Wukong. Or Wolong. Either one, actually. They both work. Because DSP plays these games and he plays them the same way. If they're not Dark Souls, he plays them the same way. It's not to say that Dark Souls gets that much more attention or that much better treatment, but it does. He does take it a little bit slower. But Souls clones get one treatment, and that's speed through the game as fast as possible. When you get jumped by 30 enemies, say the game sucks. I don't get that. And then you say the genre sucks. The genre sucks because it didn't enable Phil to run past all the enemies, destroy everything instantly, win conclusively, not have to engage with any of the mechanics. Why are you making me learn shit like stances and stuff? These games are badly made because they're making me play them. I don't like that. I don't. It's stupid. I don't like my car that I own right now because it makes me have to press the gas pedal to go forward. It's such crap. They're badly made. I shouldn't have to do things. You know what I'm saying? But then DSP just condemns all these games to oblivion of being shitty because he doesn't want to play them correctly. And then this dude has the audacity, after all this is said and done, this guy has the audacity to make part of his regular sales pitch that you come to him for his expert takes in video games. Expert takes in video games, DSP, I'm shocked you don't choke to death on some of these games. I don't know how you managed to put some of these discs in the disc tray of some of your old consoles without accidentally choking to death on them. I don't really want to hear it. This dude's an asshole. Mods, please help me in my crisis. You know what? Let's say a prayer. I've got a prayer here somewhere. Doesn't understand the word ratio. Range is the word you're looking for. I just wish I could correct LTG constantly and piss him off. You can just say waste. Come on, Mr. Scholar. I forgot I had this sound clip. I saved this a long ass time ago. It was kind of one of the good things about this hard drive thing I had to do. Because I had to do this stupid shit where my hard drive was failing and I had to migrate a bunch of shit and I lost a bunch of shit. Not so much lost it, but it's not where it was originally at. You know, they moved it to a different box, and I'm pissed. But while going through all those, I found that LTG sound clip. I found it quite thrilling. I would feel honored that I created a style game and seeing everyone just making it.
All right.
Exactly.
So if you
Imagine being
like
the thing
a
that
few
people want to chase.
say,
And DSP's black and white thinking is so retarded. It's ahistoric and amaterialistic. It doesn't have any grounds in reality. That he operates under these. DSP is an idealist. He's a very idealistic person. And I know you're thinking, you're slamming in the chat right now. What the fuck are you talking about? This guy doesn't have any ideals whatsoever. What are you saying? No, ideals aren't necessarily like liberty and justice or whatever. Ideals can be these things that exist as a concept of this is how it should be or this is how it is, despite no connection to reality. You know, both saying that man is flawed and man is evil is both or man is pure is idealism, no matter how you slice it. The DSP has this idealism where if you make something, say you make a sandwich and it's one of a kind sandwich, it's tuna and pepperoni, one of a kind. If someone else makes a version of that, they're a piece of shit. They're a piece of shit. They're uncreative. They're losers. They don't know how life works. All this and that. And I should probably let.
And why don't I play Nioh 3? And I've already explained it. I'll explain it again very briefly.
Yeah, please do.
Nioh 1 I played. I think the playthrough did fine.
It was
because
glorious.
it was
You
the
did
first
finish it.
kind of almost official Souls-like spin-off. When you really think about it, it really was the first major one. Okay? So it had
Okay.
some notoriety because of that.
But I was saying about the sandwich thing. It's in its DSP's idealism. So you have this idea, pepperoni and tuna sandwich. Well, one chef decides to add banana peppers. One chef decides to add hot sauce. One chef decides to add Monterey Jack cheese. So you're having, he thinks of things as creator and imitator. An imitator is a negative thing. No, it's creator and refiner, creator and adjuster, creator and tweaker. You know, the conventional word, tweaking some stats. So you have these things that are created in the same image as the original thing, but with their own spin and take on things. And DSP doesn't get that. He doesn't understand how that's actually a good thing. How it's actually a good thing to have multiple people do their own adjustments and stuff. And Nioh is a fantastic example of that, because Nioh is martial arts in Dark Souls. Because Dark Souls doesn't have a whole lot of martial arts. It really doesn't. The combat in Dark Souls is frankly rather minimal. And so Nioh went with, they decided to add, you know, what's a good example of this? They added jalapenos to the sandwich. And DSP looks at the sandwich that has tuna, pepperoni, and jalapenos and says, wow, this sandwich is basically just tuna and pepperoni. No, it's not. It's that there's that third thing there. And it doesn't matter to him.
And it was quite challenging and a fun thing to watch. Nioh 2,
Nioh 2?
not so much.
Glorious.
Nioh 2 actually did not do very well. Oh, let me see.
Oh, and that's why the game
optional fight
sucks,
again.
because you didn't
Nioh
get
2 did
enough
not do very
money.
well. When this was many years ago,
Oh.
Nioh 2, actually, everyone complained that it was boring, that it was more...
Everyone hated it.
Tired of it, and it was just too repetitive, and it was
No
too
one
long.
said this.
And even though I toughed my way through it and I beat it, people didn't like it. The whole second half of the playthrough barely got attendance or support, and everyone complained the entire time.
I doubt it. I think maybe one person. Yeah, it's Ninja Gaiden Souls. Yeah, and that's another thing, is that DSP's mindset is so ahistoric that he doesn't realize Dark Souls was in some ways, influenced by Ninja Gaiden. It was influenced by Oblivion. There's all these influences that come together, but DSP, he doesn't have that brain. He doesn't see the interconnectedness of life. Everything is a static moment that exists completely isolated from everything else. And that's how he sees his own existence as well. Every single one of his rants exists in isolation from each other. But then when you call him out on it, he says, well, I've already said this. Nah, sort of not. Yeah, and that's a lie. And also, Trunks, the other reason why it was a lie is because he was getting bored of the game. He was. And he wanted to be done. And so when that happens, it's always projected on everyone else. Because what he does is he scans chat for one person to agree with him. He's that meme. If I get one like on this post, I'll post a picture of my asshole. All right, say no more, after he liked his own post. That's Phil. That's how he has consensus, is when Hold on a second. Wait, I have to... Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. What? This place doesn't deliver the pizza? I have to go and get it? Well, that's not fucking happening. Bro, I'm in troglodyte mode, man. I'm doing DSP simulator here. Just...
Go fuck yourselves. Seriously, I mean that. I'm tired of it. So, I played the game, honestly, up to this point, using everything I've learned. I'm still succeeding. I'm winning. So it gives me a little bit of advice. Says, Phil, just tweak what you're doing a little bit more. It'll make the game, a little bit easier for you. Try these different things.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll try them. You took advice. You fucker. You did it.
Well, you're gonna get feedback no matter what. DSP has that. He knows how this works. He says no matter what I do, people are gonna give me shit. Yeah, that's kind of the point. Is that you're always gonna get shit anyway. So you just pick the battles you want. But DSP doesn't want that. I took someone's advice. You can't criticize me.
Now Nioh 3 is out. Do you really think that the third one after the second one that already failed and people didn't like is going to do better than the second one?
But how's that fair to judge a game series based on your monetary goals? That's not fair.
So I'm not wasting my time.
If that's the case, DSP should start suing some of these game devs for making games that don't get their funding goals. These dudes need to pay for this. Nioh needs to pay for not getting DSP enough money and enough entertainment. In fact, people should be fired and or possibly executed. How dare you?
It's that simple, okay? I'm not even saying it's a bad game. Yeah, exactly, bro. And he says, supposedly it's a good game. I'm not even saying it's a bad game. I'm just saying I've already tried this game. Like, I've already played it. The second one didn't work. Why on earth would the third one work? You know what I mean? Okay, folks. So let's take a brief break. I'm just gonna run downstairs and make a coffee quickly, and then I'm gonna.
Can't stand watching him sometimes. He's drifted into mega loser territory. It's not to say that he's always never
since
been.
I started playing Dragon Quest 7.
Am I trying to say this? Trying to say that DSP's always been a loser. God damn, this guy's really loser maxing, man.
Since before I started playing.
It's unbelievable.
So, can we get some support?
This guy wakes up and says, I'm going to be the biggest loser that's ever existed. And you know what? He manages to nail it every time.
I do need people to support the playthrough. I can't have an afternoon where I make $20.
Oh, really?
So,
oh, damn.
Anything appreciated, whether it's a super.
Give me money. I won't play Nioh.
Zero support on Kickstarter.
Oh, you guys better donate or this game's going to suck forever.
And already, I can say, yesterday was an awful support day on.
And people have brought this up a million times. How he doesn't get it because he's defensive, of course. How he judges these games based on how much money they make, and he says, "No, I don't. I think they're good games. I have to do what's right for my audience." That moment right there is not what we're talking about. It's not what we're talking about. We're talking about 2 months later when he says that Nioh 2 sucked because I didn't get enough money. People weren't engaged enough. I didn't get enough money. So that's why the game sucks. It's never at the moment. Well, it is, but you get what I'm saying. It's not visible at the moment. It's visible in retrospect.
Kicks or a sub, anything. All right? So I'll be right back with a call.
Shut up, Phil.
We'll play for another hour, then I'll probably go on my real break. And then we'll probably play
I meant to say before I play you in Magic the
Gathering
Gathering and beat you conclusively.
A
spank you, Phil. Is that what you say?
It's only gonna be like
Phil likes talking about spanking,
so I'll be right
man.
back,
What the
okay?
fuck?
All right.
I spanked you big time. I put you over my knee and I spanked your booty.
So,
What?
I'm gonna play like I said.
And then I like reached up in there.
And then I'll go on the real break with her.
Zambi, get out of there.
Yeah, probably another hour. We'll see what
Zambi,
happens.
he's coming for your booty hole.
You know
Zambi
me, I'm
might like
honest.
it, I don't
I'm
know.
disappointed. I like this game a lot. It's chill fun. I wish that people would come by and hang out with me and enjoy RPG instead of
we're gonna have to
just sit
sue
here
the game
complaining and ask
makers.
for Nioh 3, which isn't gonna work because we already fucking played the first two.
So it's not gonna work, but this game that
So,
also is
what
not
it is
working,
right
I
now,
demand
there's
you
not a lot
save
going on in the realm of
it.
games, let me be honest.
So you have
There's
failure in front of you, and you're saying, I can't do anything else.
Nothing
It wouldn't
major focus,
work.
Nothing huge AAA that's really hitting it or working. Nioh 3 comes out.
No, I can't get out of this sinking ship.
Play Nioh 3.
Otherwise, I'd have to get in that other sinking
time.
ship.
Sitting on here
What?
on stream.
No.
Screaming at me, demanding I play other games. Like, oh, I want to.
Fuck you. You don't know how life works.
Play Astral Chain. Why is he playing that? Why is he playing Wildwood? Why is he playing old games? Why is he doing? Shut the fuck up.
Phil, you're the funniest dude on the planet,
I
man.
play it twice, have to drop it. This,
Fuck
at least,
this.
people ask me to give it a shot. I am. It looks like it's not going to work. Can we be
Damn it,
honest?
man.
I don't think it's going to work. Here we are.
This completely
an
sucks,
hour
Phil.
into the game.
Have you
I
decided to
received
start
zero,
crying? You should
nothing
cry.
for the game at all.
I
So
think
we have
crying
another
would be the solution to
2
the
hours
problem.
basically.
Have you
to see if
cried?
people will actually support Dragon Quest 7.
You should cry and
playing
beg.
it and hopefully enjoying it.
Cry and
This might
beg.
be the
It's
final
bound to
stream of it,
work.
and it sucks if it is.
Hey, shut up! God, I hate
It does suck if it is. You know, I know there's nothing I can do. And
Nothing
at
I
this
can do,
point,
man. It's actually
I'm gonna be
impossible
honest,
to ever do anything
I don't know if I'm
correct.
gonna try RPGs
Except that I do it
anymore.
all the time.
I might just be like, well, RPGs just don't really work unless it's a humongous major one.
You learned you no longer care about the
Remember
series?
Final
That's
Fantasy
too bad.
VII
I still
that
greatly
I
enjoy it.
tried.
I greatly enjoy it because it
did
gives
not
me
work.
very specific things that
So,
I want.
It might just be that.
And I think
sadly,
it's
the
a
audience
beautiful
for
thing when that
RPGs
happens.
isn't
Because,
my
you know,
audience anymore.
realistically,
It went
how
away,
often
and
do you
that's
really
sad
get
to
what
think,
you want
'cause I
out
love
of some sort of
RPGs,
product?
man, but
Not
I
not
can't
that
make
often.
people show up for them. I certainly can't
Because
make people watch
it's
them,
not
and I
you
can't
they're
make
making
people
it
support
for.
them.
They're making it for a bunch of people.
Can't.
But
None I can really do
Nioh,
about it, right?
Nioh is some sort of laser targeted system that gives me exactly what I
Sucks,
want. I just
right?
bust when I play it.
All right, well, let's continue. Here we go.
Meanwhile, you got Dark Spadil over here crying his ass off because
Someone
he
took the
can't play
$1.50,
these
says, "Can we swap
RPGs.
to Deadlock?"
Well,
We're not
why would we
swapping,
want-
but if this ends up not working today, I guess we're done, and it sucks. Like
This is the game that's
to make this
in
very
some
clear
ways
to
the
everyone, I
easiest
like
to
this
just
game.
talk over
I love classic
RPGs,
JRPGs,
and DSP has nothing to
but
discuss.
Everyone who's attending
What's
is
he
just
got to
sitting here
discuss?
complaining.
Sandwiches,
Seriously,
Jasper,
there's
trolls.
a few people who seem to be liking it in YouTube chat, which is nice. It's appreciated to have
Hey,
a
shut up!
for the game they like. But in general, everyone
Fuck, man, all these.
complaining.
I just tried to
Most people
order
on
pizza
YouTube are
from Pizza Hut,
complaining,
and I'm getting
and no one's supporting
ad.
it.
You want
So,
this?
yeah,
Do you want
it's
this? Do you
failing,
want to
and I
sign up for
don't know
this? Do you
what
want to sign up for
to
this?
say.
Man,
This is a fully rebuilt game from the ground up.
you want to sign up for a
right?
ninja-based
Game
subscription
developers
to
are saying,
decapitation?
you know,
You only get the
make an
one.
RPG. I don't know what to tell you guys. I just don't seem to have the audience.
Do you
for
want to
these
sign
games
up for
anymore. It
this?
sucks.
Do
I
you want
like this
this? Do
game.
you want
I really
reward
do.
points? Do you want this? That's for
Don't
people
keep
like
attacking me.
this.
You're talking to me. It's all trolls.
I'm not Phil.
Don't
We
keep
should
getting
have some
complaining
sort of
about the game and saying
assessment
dumb shit
system where the
instead of acting
website
like
detects if
you're
you're
older
Phil or
than 5
not.
years
Just
old.
turns off all
So it's
that
kinda
shit
hard
because
to
it's
enjoy
not gonna
myself
work
when
on
I
me.
don't have an interactive audience.
Phil's the
I'm
one
just
adding.
listening to
Are
the
you?
bit.
Do you want robust sauce? Hell yeah! Throw it in the cart.
Everyone is talking to me. Everyone's having their own conversations about bullshit. What are you talking about?
Do you want to add cookies? Sure. I am crashing out,
Japians,
Zambi.
you're one of the
I've been
few who
crashing out
positive
lately
today,
because of
so you
that.
know.
Because
He
of
says,
internet
"I love Dragon Quest
harassment.
across
And
the
I'm not
board, but I
talking
just
about
can't afford to
harassment
support
from
it." And
the
I
people of the
understand that.
internet.
You're,
Man,
at least
I guess
you're
so.
here, and
The
you're talking
internet
positive, and
harasses
we're
you.
chilling, right? And
This
that's
shit's annoying.
very much appreciated. Seriously.
I should be able to go to my
People
Gmail
like
without a
the
million
game,
notifications
it's
saying,
not
hey,
one
we
game
added
to
this.
watch,
Hey, we
and
did
most
this.
RPGs
Oh, we
suffer from
did
this
this.
problem.
I don't fucking care. I'm
Dragon
never
Quest
gonna
11,
care.
I
Gun to my
played
head, you
it
couldn't make me
entirely
care
of
about
the
your
game
new things.
in full.
Well, do you want to look at
Audience,
it? Do you want to
chill
review
and
it?
relax and enjoy.
No! Die!
I don't know what else to say. Like,
Oh, man, this is a long-ass video, Phil.
Inconsistent. You could say, oh well, RPGs just don't work. Well, sometimes they do.
Sometimes they do, and that's where you guys
Sometimes
come
they
in
do.
to give me money.
Sometimes they don't. I don't get it. It's always inconsistent. I can never.
Also,
play around
Trunks,
it. I never know if I can play
It's
one
probably
or
the most
not.
ninja
I always
or most
question it.
tension
I told
coded
you
of
guys
all
I
the
questioned if I was going to be able to play this, and
Nioh
here we
so
are.
far.
And it's dead already. Right? It's freaking dead. It sucks. I don't want it to be dead. I want to have fun. I want to chill with you guys, but no one will even talk about the game. No one will even talk to me in a normal
What do you want to talk about?
conversation. Instead, just bitching.
Why don't you
And it
talk
pisses
about it?
me
Why
off.
don't you initiate these conversations? Why is it on me?
So this isn't it. This is bitching. No one will even talk about the game. No
Ah!
one will talk to me in a normal conversation. It's just bitching. And it
Just
pisses
bitching?
me off. So this isn't it? No. What the hell is the Shoreside Shrine? What are they talking about?
I don't know, man. This game's
Japan's, I
impossible.
know. He says, I love JRPGs on this channel. If you ever get back to Metaphor, Suikoden 2, or even Lost Odyssey, I'd be here with bells on. Yeah, and I appreciate you being
But
here.
where's the money? I don't need
So-
you to show
so-
up. I need your wallet.
Dab Hands,
And
you're
unfortunately,
here, you
the
like the
wallet
game.
can't move itself,
Gordon
so
Cole
that's
here
where
says
you
he
come
likes
in.
the game,
You show up
right?
with your wallet, give me the money,
But you guys
and then
can
you
agree.
can
You see what I'm
get out.
saying? That the majority of people in chat are complaining.
Yeah,
Me
like
making
Nioh
that
too. We hate
And
this
that we have
game.
22 bucks of support, out of which $1 arrived during the game. Right? So I'm not making this up. I'm not, this is reality. This is not Phil's lying and he's wage quitting and he's doing,
He's wrong quitting.
Where the fuck is the Shoreside Shrine?
I don't know, man. Clearly, this game's impossible.
What are they
It was
talking
never
about?
meant to actually be.
What is the
beaten.
Shoreside Shrine? It doesn't exist.
Yeah. Now, if someone wanted to maybe donate and tell me where it is, that'd be kind
There's
of
a
cool.
shrine in this town?
Huh?
Care, right? How long have we spent fixing it up?
Look at that. We're getting contributions. The playthrough is
Thank you to
saved.
Captain DCW who did a $5 super chat and says, this isn't much, but here you go. Hope you can continue playing. Thank you, Captain. I appreciate that, man. No, here's the truth. Here's what I'm thinking, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's what. All right, I have an idea for a program. Someone make this program for me.
Is there an audience for
it
these
hooks
games?
up to your
Yes,
mic,
there
and
is.
if you scream, "Shut up, get out of my face," it closes
I wouldn't
all
have been able
the
to play
ads
Claire
and pop-ups
Obscure.
on the screen.
I wouldn't have ever been able to play a Yakuza game. I wouldn't have been able to play Suikoden 1 last year. I wouldn't have been able to play the original Dragon Quest 11. But here's what I think. The audience for these games come and go, and if
well, they seem to mostly
there are
go
more high-profile, prominent games like this, the audience tends to stay. If there's not, they tend to go.
Oh.
And there aren't always high-priority, high-profile RPGs like this.
Yeah.
Right? There's just
and it's mostly the
sometimes there
game's
are,
fault. It's not like
sometimes
DSP
there
can
aren't.
do
There's a
anything
lot
to
of
make it
RPGs,
entertaining.
but they're not always like the big ones, okay?
That's a common misconception.
And I think what's
DSP
happened
is just here. He's not
over the
supposed to do
years,
anything.
I've cultivated more of an audience where either you guys just want to see a weird game, a unique game, or hang out with me, rather than just a game that fits a formula. And this game 100% is fitting the classic
Mostly because that's
JRPG
the only
formula.
way consistently
I just don't
entertaining
have a
content
giant
happens
supportive
is when
audience of
it's
people who
short.
like this genre.
As soon as you give DSP an hour,
And
it's pointless.
let's also be
if
honest,
you give DSP
I
5
get
minutes to
troll
play
support.
a game, you might get
Absolutely,
something
I do.
interesting. But,
right?
you know, to scale.
And the trolls are not going to support this playthrough. The trolls will support playthrough where they feel like they're going to get clips. They're going to get some kind of a reaction out of me, emotion. This is more of a chill game. You're not going to get Phil Rages playing Dragon Quest 7.
Oh, then
So
they're
you're
not
never going to get
interested.
any
There you
troll
go.
support either. So it's a factor of there just isn't a wide range of JRPG fans who are going to come by every one of these
Yeah,
streams.
because you don't
to
make
support
them entertaining.
And I'm never going to get that element of the support that I get from those who like to see me get worked up.
So,
It's just a shame because
all right. If I played Nioh 3, I'm going to get mad, I'm going to get crying, I'm going to get upset, I'm going to yell at chat, and people will support that. If I play this JRPG, I'm going to be catatonic, I'm not going to say anything, I'm going to say, what does that mean? Now, what do I mean by this? Oh, there's a shrine here? I'm going to do a lot of that. I'm going to do a lot of hand-holding. But for some reason, people don't support that. What do you think the difference is there, Philo? What do you think the principal difference is between these two experiences? And he's going to go with the stupid answer of, well, those are negative idiots on the other one. No. What it is entertainment. Something funny is happening. Something interesting is happening. And this guy says all the time, I don't want to be Mr. Negative. I don't want to be the toxic dude. I don't want to be the guy that people laugh at and joke at. Well, the problem is that what other alternative do you offer? For real, DSP doesn't know anything. He's not insightful. He's not good at games. He has nothing to offer the world except his toxicity. And he gets mad that that's the thing people want. Because he feels like he loses control, maybe, I suppose. But he's not funny. He's not charming. He doesn't speak from any personal experiences that are interesting. He has no interesting lore behind him outside of him being a lolcow. He doesn't have any friends. He doesn't have any social life. He doesn't have any interests. He doesn't have any hobbies. He doesn't have any passions. He doesn't have any art that he's interested in. He doesn't have anything. This man is a complete empty shell of a husk of human body. This guy's dead, legally and philosophically dead. And he doesn't get it. He doesn't get that that's something. And it's not easy to work on your personality, but find one, man. Be interesting. Can't do it.
I love this. And again, I still remember very much the Dragon Quest 11 playthrough. One of my favorite I've ever done in my entire history as a YouTuber. It was lengthy.
Hell yeah, Jordan.
Regulars who came by every stream who supported.
Oh, you're playing on
talk,
PC, right? There's no cross. Or you're playing on PlayStation. There's no cross platform. I was gonna say, hop in, let's play. I'll help you.
Instead
do
of it
some
just being
missions.
about the game, it totally worked.
I'll
There
be
were
Ninja
streams
Man.
that were slow. Don't get me wrong, but there were definitely awesome, amazing streams too. That's why I played it in its entirety and had such a great time with that playthrough. And I think it still stands out as one of the best RPGs I've ever played when it comes to an interactive audience and chill vibes.
I did catch a clip on Twitter. I don't know if this is going to be in the rants. I'm kind of done with it right now. Where he was talking about some possible solutions to this game. And one of them was, okay, either you guys show up and donate for sure, or B, you donate on the other streams enough so that it covers this game. And the problem with that is just a discussion. Saying that is toxic already. It's an incredibly negative thing to tell your viewers. All right, guys, give me money here or give me more money over there. Which is it going to be? And he says, well, I'm a businessman. No, what would make anything better with this dude, or honestly with most people, is decent honesty. Decent honesty is the thing that DSP will never have. If he's making a bunch of money playing, I don't know, bullshit Simulator 42, and he's making some fat stacks with that one, people are donating like crazy. What he should say on stream is, this is awesome. I'm going to count this extra money as going towards the Dragon Quest playthrough. I'm going to roll that over so we can play Dragon Quest and not have to worry about that stuff. Or not even say that. Just say, because you guys funded it, you know, you can do this. Or just say nothing. Have it be a silent behind the scenes thing. But he can't do that. That requires self-control, and our boy can't do that.
But I don't think that that's prominent anymore. You know what I mean? It seems like people are looking for other stuff, especially because that's not often that you see games like that. Like, I think Claire Obscure would have been the one from last year, but now here we are, and this is an older game being remade, and people don't get hyped for it.
Yeah, why would they?
I can't make people show up. I just can't. You know, I don't know what else I could say. The attendance today on YouTube seems...
Trunks, I'm gonna disagree with that only like nominally. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. This is an exceptionally difficult game to stream. Streaming, this is when it's difficult. Is whenever people say streaming isn't difficult. Here's one of the few times where it is. Is you do have games that are considerably harder to make interesting than others. Here's where I kind of disagree in the fact that it can be so overwhelmingly like this is just this. Is that you've seen people do it successfully. You've seen people stream games that are long, protracted RPGs successfully. And how do they do it? By being entertaining and interesting throughout. Because it is harder. You know, you have all this downtime and stupid shit you have to do. And it's hard for normal people. It's hard for people who are talented. It is impossible for Phil. He cannot do it. Maybe at his peak, in terms of social experience, drunkenness, all this and that. Back in 2010, Phil could play this game and make it kind of entertaining. Phil today cannot do it. It's impossible.
It's good, yet the chat's dead and everyone's complaining. Does that make sense? No. So how do you even know? How do I even know that half of these viewers aren't view bots right now?
How do you know anything? I guess you should just give
everyone
up.
on Kick. There's not a single person on Kick today who said they like this game.
But
everyone is just
I guess I
should
say, Trunks, I only disagreed in the sense that I wanted to.
And there's nothing much I can even do about that.
You are right. There are games that are exceptionally difficult.
And for the record, these idiots in Kick chat saying, "Why don't you fake tip yourself?" Because I've never faked tip myself. You're just a bunch of fucking morons.
Morons.
I do believe DSP's fake tipped himself, but I don't think it's as common as a lot of people say.
What a waste of everybody's
I know
time.
Memology and Snort.
If I fake tip myself, don't you think I would do it right now? I don't fake tip myself
because that would be unsustainable.
I never have. You just made it up because you're jealous that I'm successful.
I'm not jealous of your successful.
I totally understand.
You're the one who can't even play this game. How successful are you? How can you claim in the second breath to be successful when the first one you were talking about how I can't play Dragon Quest?
Or just having it in the background and don't talk or whatever. That's fine too. That's not really the issue.
You envy my ability to play Dragon Quest and not even have to worry about my money, Phil. You envy that.
Support it just like any
I could play this piece of shit of game.
So, again,
you hear about Discord? I did. I heard that Discord's gonna do all this stuff. Well, I guess people are gonna be done doing Discord because
are you playing Dragon Quest 7? It'd be great to play Dragon Quest 7. Are you gonna get to play it? I don't know if it's gonna work.
I don't want to be a part of that
because you know these RPGs aren't doing very well.
Now I say that. I wonder how different it's gonna be.
No, come on, you gotta try. All right, I'll give it a shot. Why not? Let's do it. And now here we are. You know, kind of like
I send him a video of my
what was going to happen. I don't know why I always fall for it.
Hell yeah, Phil, we won.
Oh, Dola says, well, if this were a Street Fighter 6 stream, I would tip $50. So you're going to be here tomorrow night for Street Fighter 6?
I didn't say that.
When I'm playing with Dalzim for the first time?
Look at this motherfucker here saying that kind of shit to people.
Well, here's the other thing, too. All right?
Also, you're going to be here tomorrow to give me money.
I can try, but I enjoy your Street Fighter 6 streams. So if you like Street Fighter 6, you like the content on the channel.
I'm going to give him, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to send him a video, Phil.
Then why don't you support anyway?
This is me. I'm Phil Burnell. That'd be funny because what if it gets in the database and Phil tries to update his and they say, sorry, we already have a Phil Burnell. That's impossible.
I think what is happening now is people are coming by specifically whenever they can, but then if they don't like a game I'm playing, oh, well, I'll support later, but then you don't show up for Street Fighter 6.
Oh, no.
You know?
You say you would give me money and then you don't give me money. That's just basically a crime.
That would help a ton if people would do that.
If DSP ran the world, that would in fact be a crime.
I really don't. Oh, now here come the trolls.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're saying is correct. Just give me money, basically.
Just because I said something that makes fucking sense.
It
now
doesn't,
the trolls come out
though.
and start insulting me.
Also, just because something makes
Look at
sense
it.
doesn't mean it's right. I mean, we should blow up
Alright,
the
here we go.
sun. That makes
Yourself,
sense.
kid.
That shit's too
Get a little
hot.
bit cheerful. What's the most expensive thing you still have in your house? The most expensive thing I still have in your house is this band that I'm giving you right now because you directly violated what I just said a
Damn
million
it.
times. Because it's priceless when I get to ban a piece of human shit who's trying to fuck with me. So fuck off and don't come back.
Yep, send them all out of here. Toss them all out.
But that's
Grab
not
hands so I
true.
can throw out
Titan
one of you
Slash
at a
says, well,
time.
that
It
makes the
takes
game
a whole
sound like
lot
it's
of you.
successful. If right now, if you're on this stream and you're watching me play this, you're like, man, this game isn't really what I like. I wish we were playing Street Fighter right now. Then tell me that and support and be like, hey, so I love your channel.
People
I love
have
your
done
content.
that.
This
They get
game's just
yelled
not
at,
for
they
me,
get banned,
but hey,
they
this
get
is for what I
chastised, they
like.
get
Like, for
condescended
example,
to.
this is what I just said the other day when we were playing Hellmart. A lot of people seemed to want me to play Hellmart, so I did, but then the stream didn't do particularly well.
Damn it!
And I was like, well, then if you like Hellmart, support on another stream. Maybe you just couldn't make it to this stream. Support on another stream and say, hey, I like Hellmart. This is for Hellmart, right? Then I would know.
But think
But if
about
you
it
don't
this
do
way,
that, how
DSP.
on
What if
earth
you
would I
owned a
know what
sandwich
you guys
shop
really like
and
or
you
don't?
said, hey man, I didn't like
That's
this
a good
pepperoni
point.
and tuna sandwich. It's
I
kind
need
of
to
shitty.
know that. I
Well,
need to know
go ahead
I
and
need to know
pay
if people wanna
anyway,
support.
and then hopefully the
Not
next
that I
time I
just
do it,
take
it'll
a
be
million
better.
shots in the dark and people randomly support and then I don't know what's working and what's not, right?
Well, toss more people out. Yep, get them all
And
gone.
yes, every fucking idiot over on Kick opens
Ban
their
all of
fat
Kick.
fucking mouths to complain, right?
Build lesbian
Yeah, I know.
haircut
At
reel,
least
very
I
nice.
agree with Titan Eye Slap there. On YouTube, at least I can
Why'd you
talk
get
with
this dude
people.
money,
We
though?
can be like fair about it, matter of fact about it.
Oh,
we can
definitely
talk
not,
about
Trunks.
stuff. On Kid, it's like talking to a bunch of animals half the time. I'm serious about that too. Like on Kid, they just act like dicks on purpose.
I wonder how much I can do
Like,
before
oh, we
they
can't
ban
actually
me.
talk about this.
on
Immediately,
Discord.
everyone erupt with.
Can I send him?
insults
Can
to
I
Phil.
doodle
Here we
my
go.
face on my ass and send it to him?
Thank you, Habib, for gifting a membership. That's
They'll
actually
look
our
at it
first
and
membership
say,
of the
yep.
entire stream.
Yeah, that's him, all right.
I appreciate that.
I recognize
I've had
that
a tip
dimple
in, like,
right there
over
in
an
the
hour and a
ass.
half, so thank you at least for something. I appreciate that. Been
I
pretty
just wish
slow
my
today.
sword was so sharp I could
Well,
slice
everyone, if
off
you
my
are here on
beard
YouTube
hairs,
and you
shave
are
with my
enjoying the
sword.
vibes of the stream, if you could like the stream for engagement purposes, I would appreciate it. That does help me, even if you don't like the game selection, all right? Liking the streams does give engagement and does have more
Yeah, this dude
people,
is crying his ass off. I thought
find
this
the
was maybe
stream.
going to be
So
a
that'd be
10-minute
great if you
video.
could do
It's
that.
40 minutes. Holy shit.
So thank you for that.
Yeah, ban
Then I
him!
received a $5 anonymous tip. And they said, you can read this if you want or not. I'll read it. I skimmed through it. It seems fine. I
Yeah,
got a
it doesn't
$5
seem to be
anonymous
kissing
tip.
my ass, but it's okay.
And they said, sorry to see the stream is going slow today.
Yeah,
I
bummer.
am enjoying Dragon Quest playthrough, although I'd like to see you play something.
They're gonna
you
hide
really
adult
enjoy and you're
servers,
having
but
fun
I need to
playing.
see
Shut
Phil.
up. Sorry that this isn't much. Again, I don't want anyone to ever apologize and say, oh, it's not much. Dude, anything on any stream is appreciated. Always. There is absolutely no reason ever to be like, oh, I'm sorry, it's not a lot. That's not the point. It's not.
Oh.
I'm not looking for someone to come in and drop hundreds of dollars. That's wild. I'd much rather have people come by and give a little, and it adds up because so many
Didn't
people are
you
enjoying
just
the
cry your
content,
ass
you
off
see?
about
So
some
you don't ever have
animation
to
requiring
apologize,
$100?
right? Okay.
I don't
So-
require people to just show up and give me $100, but I
Just
will
level up.
cry about it
Now,
constantly.
I am enjoying myself. I like the game. What I'm not enjoying is that
Time to
in
die!
general, the audience isn't enjoying the game. Like, it's one thing if
What
I
the
like
hell? Why do they need to
game,
know what games
but
I'm
if I see that
playing?
my audience doesn't like
See,
it,
all
that's
that shit's
disappointing to me.
unnecessary, dude. You
And
don't
that's
need to
what I'm
know
seeing right
anything
here, is
about
that
me.
In general, the
And it's
audience
not
has
to
been
say that I'm up to
complaining all day
anything
about the game,
suspicious. I am
saying,
playing
play anything
DSP
else, this
Murder
is boring, we don't
Simulator, but
like
you don't
this.
need
And
to
that
know
drives
about
me nuts
that.
because, again, I grew
I
up
have
playing
1,900
JRPGs,
hours in that
right?
game.
They're in my blood as a gamer. It's something that I want to do, and I've told you. Everyone always said if you had
In my
full
blood, like a
control over your
gamer.
content,
DSP
like if
has
you weren't
gamer
reliant on
genotypes.
this as a job, right?
His
What would
cells
you
are in the
change
shape
about
of
it?
controllers.
I would play more chill JRPGs. I love these fucking games, and I
Yeah,
can't
but no
play
one
them
else likes. I don't
because
care what
can't
you
get
like,
an audience
Phil.
to come and engage and
I
support
actually
them.
don't.
just
I don't
can't,
like
and
you.
I don't
Who
know
are
what
you?
I can do
You don't make me like
to
the things
change
you
that.
like.
What could I possibly have done differently today to make this stream appeal to a wider audience?
Ooh, 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 ooh. Over here, Mr. Burdell. Over here. My hand's up. Come on, Mr. Burdell. You always skip me. Come on. All right, thank you. Okay, I've got some suggestions for you, Mr. Burdell. Here's what you do. You get absolutely hammered. But you are a depressive drinker, so maybe you should get high and hammered. That way you can be in a good mood while drunk, because you don't seem to be able to do it any other way. So you get high and hammered. And then you go into a Discord chat channel. And it has a slot for one person. All right, you following? And you set it to open. People can come in They talk their shit, you kick them out. People come in, they talk their shit, you kick them out. Person comes in, they kiss your ass, you kisses your ass, kicks them out. Person comes in, they have a conversation about whatever. The whole time you're drunk and stoned, and you're playing this game. I promise you people would want to show up for that. I promise you.
The problem is, okay.
Okay.
Because of the bullshit attached to me on the internet.
No.
Okay? The bullshit that I can't help.
No.
You know I've tried my best to change. I've tried my best to improve.
You have not.
To make this a better atmosphere, to stop being toxic.
You've been toxic all day.
You can to be a better creator, right? It doesn't matter. The stigma follows me no matter where I go and what I do.
What does he think the toxic thing is? Does he think that he thinks that if the ends justify the means, you can't accuse me of being toxic? If you bump into me at the grocery store and I call you a fuckface, that's perfectly justified because, well, it doesn't matter that it's an escalation. You did it and I feel justified in doing it. Therefore, I'm not toxic. Okay, then if that's not what he's talking about, is he talking about being toxic to games? You are toxic to games. You talk all kinds of shit about games. I'm sick of this dude, man. I'm going to play some Nioh. All right, time for Nioh. I have my Ninja Babe all dressed up. Maybe? Dude, my controller has been completely weird. This is not me begging for a controller. Don't even say it, I'll ban you. I'll ban you for telling the truth. Yo, you see that guy talking the truth over there? Yeah, we should get rid of him. I agree. Mods, feed him to Zambi. I want to imagine Zambi as some sort of like Rancor. Yeah, that's it. Zambi's a Rancor, but he's a giant, I don't know, spider Rancor. And I dump people in there from Planet Mecha Ninja. Yeah, that's it. He just hangs out in the sewage system. And I drop people in there who piss me off. No, I don't like that. That looks good, but no. All right. Did a little bit of cleanup while I was off stream, so let's see what we can do. Blood Edge Demon. You know what? I did have a Blood Edge. See, I was at your mom's house. I'll continue to be toxic and cyberstalk whoever the hell I want to. You do it. It's your humble abode. Yeah, you just live down there. This guy's pissing me off on Planet Mecha Ninja. Kick him down to Zombie. Or Zambi. A heavy, robust armor. Ooh, you think it's time for robust armor? When's my pizza gonna get here? Mods, you know what to do. Find my pizza. Can I track it? Where is it? Order confirmed. We're sending your pizza pie. Oh shit, it's here. All right, I'll be right back. Kind of want to watch Nioh too. This is how you don't play while playing this. It would conflict too much with the audio and I would get mad. Alright, let's check out this enemy base. Oh. My bad. Done and done. I'm trying to get an ability for this staff. I don't particularly see myself using this long. Oh yeah, so this is a horrible, toxified environment. Oh yeah, who saw me? Horrifying and negative. Boy, you really don't pay much attention, do you? Nicely done. Ooh, this looks important. How did you feel about that? Not the biggest fighting environments here. Think again, fool. Damn it, he thought again! Not gonna work on me. Too easy. This dude didn't seem to be that bothered by it all. It's gonna be more of the same. Why would I play the same kind of game? By the way, it's time for another version of Capcom Collection. You know I love these classic games like Street Fighter 2. It's the same old fucking shit, man. Here, hold this. Yeah, I don't think so. A ninja demon is cool. Don't get me wrong. Unfortunately, you must die. With my stick. Too easy. Mods, you know what to do. Capture all enemy bases. That's gonna be what my generals are called. Just mods. Mods. Cut off their supply lines. Demon God Mask. Ooh, that sounds horrifying. Oh man, I'm finally feeling a little high. Good, good. We got Zambi in here giving us the real lore. Zambi, do you ever get tired of that? You know, being you. I'd get tired of that pretty quickly. You have apparently more resolve than I do. When I say stupid shit, it's chill and interactive and Jade loves it. When you say stupid shit, it makes the Saints cry. Oh yeah, this dude's done. Really? Damn, I missed. That's crazy. Motherfucker. Yeah, come back in my shooting range. I can shoot you with my gun. Oh, he loves it. My bestie now. Oh, wait, he hates it. What the hell is this? This looks serious. Water, sword, water. Yeah, I already unlocked that, right? Donate mermaid flesh. There's an anime about this. Who's out here chewing on mermaid flesh? These guys? Yeah, catastrophic bad idea. Do not eat mermaid flesh. Do not eat ninja flesh either. Our flesh can kill you. Cannibalizing a ninja is a dangerous opportunity. On one hand, you could become some sort of Wendigo ninja. On the other hand, we'll kill you anyway. I hate these dudes. Oh, wow, she's going dark mode. Oh, she's been out of water for too long, huh? Getting a little dehydrated there, lady. Yeah, you better get some water. There you go. Feel better? How good you feeling now? Oh, yeah, that's probably one of the suns right there. Yeah, don't eat that. It's a monkey. I think I don't know how this works, buddy. Too easy, man. Don't try this shit on me, man. It's a good way to die. Oh, yeah, see? This guy shows why that's a legitimate worry. Okay, they're over there, huh? Should we try and take this? Yeah, I'll liberate that. Big time. How close am I to finishing up this familiarity thing? Probably one more block of familiarity will unlock that. Oh, I need to level up, man. Look at all my souls. If I lost all these right now, I'd just start crying. Yokai aren't real. Except when they are. Then it's a problem. Like that dude. Alright, let's boogie. And dead. Excellent. Damn it. That wasn't for you, buddy. But it's alright. We can fight. Let's go. Let's duel. Someone's spurs go jingle, jangle, jingle over here. I'm getting new speakers. Speakers? For your car? That's what's up. Oh, come on, man. I'm about to wrong out on this damn controller. Okay, we're down to 2 jerks. Here are the 2 jerks. Now we're down to 1 jerk. And he's aware of something happening. He says, something's going on my jerk radar. Well, it's not me. I'm no jerk. Except when I am. Get jerked, idiot. Oh, God. I thought for sure I was going to parry that. Damn. All right. That's what happens when you don't play it safe, man. You guys want to fight? We'll fight if that's what you want. Okay, don't let it happen again. Done. These enemies are less aware, by the way. I've noticed that about some of these dudes, because that Inky should have heard all that and started swinging on me. But he didn't. That's wild. New PC speakers. Ooh, nice. Let's clean up some of these numbers. You know what I'm saying? Double kill. Well, come on. No, it took too long. Couldn't get a triple kill. Dang. Game over. Losing spree. Begging spree. Troll felted. Troll debunked. Yosh. You sure about that, friend? Oh yeah, I want to take out your buddy first. Oh shit, he blocked me. Blocked me on Twitter. Well done. All right, got a fast travel point there. That feels good. What you got for me? That should make for a more immersive experience, eh, Zambi? Want to send me something? I don't have any tasty beverages. I just realized that. Can someone go get me What do I want? What do I want to drink? I want Mountain Dew Voltage. No, no, no. I tell you what I want. I want some Soviet Lemonade. That's what I want. Soviet Lemonade kicks ass, man. I need to learn how to make my own. So now that we got this, we can... Wait, what am I doing? I've got all these souls. I should... Get it because it's Dark Souls. Blood Edge Demon. I thought that was Shadow the Hedgehog. Shadow the Hedgehog. Too fast for the naked eye. He's got an attitude. It's wild that Shadow is simultaneously not even remotely edgy while simultaneously being pretty edgy. Imagine when Sonic the Hedgehog first came out, they were trying to make him hardcore and also kind of a badass and kind of a rebel. But what was he, more or less? More or less, Sonic the Hedgehog was just Bart Simpson. He had disrespect for authority figures by saying things like, "Don't have a cow, man." You know, real menacing shit. That doesn't seem alright. I know, right? If they did it under the orders of the Emperor, then they'd be a samurai. Oh. Who got who cornered? Oh, I need this later. And it's a master. Let me see. Can I see him? Oh, yeah, look at him over there being a master. Big time. Who saw me? Who wants a piece of this? Bunch of people are seeing me. Still don't have that unlocked. That's crazy. All right, cool. Now it's just you and me. Oh, wait. Now it's just you and me. Spell that shit, man. Tornado! I need to work on my special attack names. But ninjas don't do that. That's a samurai thing. We don't have attack names. I mean, we do, but we don't scream them. That's stupid. Behold, strategy number 3. I'm not telling you my strategies. You can see them when I kill you with them. Only the undead know all my strategies. Oh, wow. You're pretty bruising, aren't you? What do you say we just go nuts? Where'd you go? There you are. Oh, wait, now there's 2 of them? You take the ugly one. You fight the ugly one. Which one's the ugly one? Okay, I gotta switch to my 9-iron. Should probably focus on the big dude first. I said I should probably focus on the big dude first. Get this other dude out of here, man. Huh? That's not how life works. No, don't worry. Life gets harder. Nice try. Stando! Activate! Yeah, it didn't activate. That's weird. Drop my input. Stand! Activate. Ah, damn it, that hurts. Slow you down, buddy. Probably heal up. Last heal. Gave me far more trouble than I was expecting. Bad news about your kids. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. They even helped each other out. I'm a ninja? You could just call me a hero. Ninjas can be heroes. Not superheroes. Superheroes are lame. Superheroes for babies, man. Okay. What's next then? Oh, this? The crucible thing? And then there's that. When am I going to unlock that other thing? I wonder. Anyway, where we go? Gotta remember, there's water in this environment. Nope. Try again. Oh shit, I don't have enough resources to fight these dudes. Well, I better lock in. Oh shit, I thought I dodged it. Damn it. Wasn't good enough. Please heal? How are you still alive, man? Black barred here till Sunday, man. Not one of these dudes. Oh, mermaid. Nice. Boy, I do not like using this staff, man. Ooh, that hurt. Oh my god, get up. Switch? Switch weapon? No? There you go. Guess you have to have it on block now? There we go. Had to kind of mash that one out. One of these dudes, a Tengu? Or, oh, one of these ghost ladies. Oh, damn. No. Not Orange Fanta. All right. Go back to Phil while I eat.
I can't shake it. So the people who want chill gameplay don't come to DSP Gaming. They come to DSP Gaming because they think there's going to be drama today, there's going to be trolling, there's going to be him raging at a game, and there's going to be this. I can't get the chill people to come watch. Don't come to DSP Gaming. They come to DSP Gaming because they think there's going to be drama today.
That's my toxicity. What else we got?
Hey, there's going to be trolling, there's going to be him raging at a game, and there's going to be this. I can't get the chill people to come watch, even though I'm making chill content. Do you see how frustrating
it's
that
very
is?
chill.
And
he's got an
control.
anti-fun blockade.
It's not at all. There's nothing I can do about it. So all I can do is try to appeal to that audience and say, listen, if you guys do show up, I'll make the content that you like and you want. But, you know.
Wow.
And then Pepe says, you make $100,000 a year playing games. You're a fun. I make money playing games people support. That's how I'm able to make a living. Because I play the games that people will actually support. That's how it works. That's how you make a successful business. You don't run a restaurant selling food no one will pay for.
But that's not true, DSP. You've done this numerous times where you basically force people to comply with your marketing. You've had plenty of situations where you floated an idea, people said they didn't like the idea, and then you became a petulant little shithead about it. You cried for hours about it. Remember the whole cologne testing arc that you did there for 30 minutes, and you got pissed as shit about that? Oh, I do things for the money. I do things that are getting supported. I will do things like that. And then when you're doing things that people don't want and don't support and are not interested in, you still force it down people's throats. Weird how that works. It's almost like DSP chooses what he wants to do when it suits him. Like everyone always accuses this guy of. DSP is a fantastic example of someone whose every accusation against him is just completely correct. And he can't stand that. He's bothered by that to this day, that he can't have any control over his own personal narrative. And then the question becomes, well, whose fault is that? And it's your fault, Phil. It's your fault people don't like you. I know you don't want to hear that. I get it. My fault? What? Huh? No. Alright, I'm all stocked up and ready to go. I got my good weapons, so we'll just fight. Ow, ow, ow. Who's... Oh, it didn't activate again. That one seems... The deer one seems to be a thing that it struggles with topography. If the elevation is too out of whack, it doesn't hit. It's supposed to summon that little circle around him, but as you saw there, the circle materialized, but it materialized stuck on this edge here. So I'm wondering, like, DSP would say that's a glitch, but I think what it is just, or bad programming. It's like it's a program that's probably worked outside of this particular situation. You've got a spell that's based kind of on topography, and it's bugging out because of environments. That's, DSP demands perfection, as though you should have foreseen this thing happening. It's like, well, that is what game testers do, is they run it a million times. Of course, they're going to miss things occasionally. DSP doesn't see that way. DSP is the weirdest dude ever when it comes to complaints, because this guy wants absolute perfection on everything. But good lord, you're telling me I should mute my mic when I snort? Are you a fucking idiot? Do you not know how life works? Oh, you must want me to be just perfect as can be. You must just want me to be a flawless human who has nothing wrong with him, because you're wanting me to not snort directly in the microphone. Meanwhile, DSP, hey, this game didn't work properly. Honestly, the people who made it should be killed. Should be executed. I would have never failed like this. I would have never failed. I've never failed. Show me a time I've failed. Dark Side Phil. Yeah, kill this. Kill this dude. Okay, well, that's dealt with. Switch to my 9-iron. You know, I wish they would make. I wish they would make a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, but takes itself kind of seriously. And I know probably people are saying, "What are you talking about? Ninja Turtles takes itself seriously." Not really. It's still, at the end of the day, it's still a comic book, and comic books don't take themselves seriously. And when they do, it's usually pretty embarrassing. You know how you would take the Ninja Turtles seriously? The Ninja Turtles kill people. Well, sometimes, like during some, they kill a guy. No. They need to be murdering these Foot Clan dudes. Give him an hour and a half to get up. Yeah, it's a long time he spends on the ground. I like how he gets dehydrated. I think that's an interesting gimmick with this character. Is that they get dehydrated and then they start getting desperate. Wish I had the money to buy some really dumb shit that, frankly, I can't justify the budget for. These would be $150, $200 purchases, so I can't just blow it on that kind of shit. But the shit in question was, I think it would be cool to have a custom-made Magic the Gathering deck, with the custom art and whatnot, custom card stock and all that. Custom. Phil likes the word custom. Phil ruined the word custom for me. Custom used to be a cool word until he got his dirty ass hands on it. Because it's a mecha term. Custom is a mecha word. Of course I'm going to love that shit. But I want to make a deck that's existing cards, but alternative arts and alternative names. And they're the characters and creatures from Dark Souls and stuff. Yeah, get that shit out of my face. Oh shit, I should heal. Stand, go. What that does is it doesn't knock them down, but it actually pushes them away, which is pretty handy. It's kind of a burst move. Yeah, he shoves them around. That's pretty handy. You're not about to do anything. Likewise, give myself some, basically make my own secret lairs. That's what I essentially want to do. I want to make my own secret lairs that I can order. And one of them would be Dark Souls decks. Even if they announced it tomorrow, they said, okay, well, here's the story. We're going to do Dark Souls, but we're not creating any new cards. We're only doing alternate arts and alternate names for existing cards. I mean, that sucks. That sucks that they wouldn't be willing to do a custom set, or at least custom cards. But that's still pretty cool. Too easy, man. I'm losing the terminology here. Luminite crystals, all that and stuff. I don't know about all that. Well, this dude's probably got a bunch of cool shit. Yes. Pretty good, huh? This is how you don't play. Yes, Snake. Back in the early 2000s, internet content creator Phil Burnell. And it shows the little cut-ins of the different gameplay segments, and it's like blurry and whatever. Oh, I want to write that. Come on, that's not what I press, man. Don't play these games. I fucking hate technology. Okay. You gotta check out Battlesuit Aces if you haven't. Yeah, I saw that it was on there. On your email. I added it to my wish list. I'll see about getting it because that does sound like it scratches a major itch. I love mecha stuff, and I love card games. I have an immense love of card games. If I had the ability to take off time to do it, I would make my own card game. You know. Give me 3 months. That's a lot. Give me a month and a half to work on it, and pay me for the entire time off work that I'm doing. I would love to do it, and I would actually. I wonder if I could get two card games done in that time. I want to do a locale card game because there is a locale card game, but I want to try mine. I think I could do a pretty good one. And the thing about it is, how would the resources work in a locale card game? Well, I'll think about that. But the other one I would take seriously. It'd be cool. The thing that I saw from the trailer when I was watching after you told me about it, though, Bob Hoskins, the one thing that made me go, was the character designs. Those dudes, I kind of think they're a little goofy looking. I'd rather it be a bit more grizzled and edgy and cool mecha bros. You know, give me 0083. Don't give me that. don't give me what is that anime from Rooster Teeth? Those dudes, that mecha anime. Yeah, that I don't want to see those dudes. I want to see Bernard Mancha. But the gameplay looks fun. Gameplay looks cool. So I'll probably skip every cutscene like I usually do. And then I'll be making my own story. That's what I would do with some of these games, man. I feel like I should disrespect them in a way that's, oh god, that's gonna kill me. Okay, we gotta reconsider this fight. As a ninja, I'm always able to... Oh, I didn't realize the snow accumulates on your... Oh, it doesn't. It just looks like it does. It's got like a weird glossiness to it. Come on, Bam. Oh, that dude just decided to kill himself. Yeah, I understand. Actually, that is one of the ways that you can kind of bother a ninja. There are ways that you can bother a ninja, and I'll tell you one. I'll do a DSP where I tell you our weakness. If you kill yourself while we're fighting you, that does bother us. Because it's complete shit. I was just about to kill you. And you... So if we have you surrounded and you clock out... Just know we will be pissed. And it really sucks because we can't even kill you for it. You know, it's the worst feeling. Is it, you bastard, you killed yourself before I could kill you. Oh, shit, I actually can't kill you for that. Damn it! It's... I'll post that on Twitter so more people have access to that. Dude, what the hell, man? It reminds me of Ring Conquista. There are a lot of variation in mech designs on the cards. I should get it. When do I get paid next? I love using the strat. My wife, when we first started dating, she was rather confused by this, and also, one of my friends was confused by this when I first started doing it. Was I'll always, because it's something my dad taught me. My dad taught me a foolproof technique that if you tell yourself always to wait until next payday, there's a good ass chance you're actually not going to end up buying it. Because, you know, you're feeling the impulse right now. That's what you feel. You feel the impulse. Oh, let's do it. I got to do it right now. But then if you wait until payday, whenever that period is, it could even be tomorrow because it only lasts for a couple minutes, this feeling. You won't want it. And so you save a shit ton of money just acting like that. Can I wait till payday? And I used to get pissed off by that dude, my dad, because it also works another level is it kind of messes up your kid. It kind of parries your kid's antics. Because I would always be asking my dad, like, Dad, can I get this? He'd be like, well, let's wait till payday. You know, we'll see how we'll see how we feel then. And I'm like, what? No. And then payday rolls around 3 days later. Wait a minute, it was just payday. I completely, oh damn it. That's that bastard. Fantastic technique. And so but this one might seem like something I should probably just go ahead and snag. Well, I'm playing this. Is it on sale? Is it on sale on Steam? Let me see if it's on sale. Another thing that I wish this game would exist more is there's a game right now that is ultra obscure. I think maybe 10 people know about this game. And it's a tragedy because this game is a fantastic idea. It's called Card Artisan. And basically this guy made this game that's the whole point is to mod it. The whole point is to change out the art. And not like you can make mods for it, which you can. He made it so you can just plug in your image folders and it just loads to the game. So he makes it modding that anybody can do. And I think a mecha card game with that kind of engine would be sick. Just make your own mechs, upload your own. Then, damn, man, think about how cool that would be. Wish list. Where is this damn game? Mods. Help me find the game. I'm lost and confused. And I never tell you, mods, how much I appreciate you. I appreciate that you sit through all these royal gripe sessions where we decide to declare war on all clowns and then realize that actually we wouldn't be where we are now if it weren't for the clown allegiance. I mean, some of these character designs look kind of cool, but there's also something of like how it's a color palette thing. It's really a color palette. I don't like the color palette, and some of the designs of the characters' faces don't look good. But the mechs all look solid. They got some good ass designs here. We got like an Eldritch one, we got kind of a traditional blocky one, a Gundam one, and then we got a Super Sentai looking one. I'm more of a realistic mecha, but I can understand the appeal of this Super Sentai kind of shit. I just want you to know you're wrong. All right, let's go ahead and buy this. This is all right. Now, Nioh. It's cool. I made should we play a little bit of it so I could show you? Bob Hoskins, if you're not going anywhere, let me play it real quick. I want to show you something cool. This is good. It's good spontaneous stuff right here. This game kicks ass, and I gave a glowing review to it. This game does rule. And if you look at it and you look at the price tag, I can understand how you'd be initially kind of revulsed, because I think it's like $12. But then when you play it, it's really simplistic. The game's kind of low effort. However, the effort is in the coding. The effort is in the shit you don't actually see. Because all the assets and whatnot are kind of meh. They're kind of rather banal. But the ability to load in your own dudes. And you can also customize it in weird ways. Like you can customize the language of the game. And so as soon as that loads up. Yeah. Yeah, that's me, Fear Monarch. I am the floating head man. So here's my mods. Mods, show yourselves. We have the pig roaches. Pig roaches are red. They're more about life gaining, and that's because it's about sustaining your life through constant toxicity. So you got these dudes, pig roaches, and you got the different arts you can have, and they mix and match in unique ways. It pulls 10 each run, and so you can get different 10. And, all right, so pig roaches. Next is rogs. These guys are about getting big and doing big old rog swings. And get a bunch of, again, it's time for men. Big ass bottom lip. And well, I figured 2 jokey ones, but the rest have to be kind of cool. And so the other one was mecha. And so I got some of my favorite mobile suits. Todus Raider is one of my favorite mobile suits of all time. It's so cool. It's such a ninja ass mech. Get a robo, you got some stuff, but you also kind of want to use some actions. You want to do something doing a pose or something. And for the mecha, I don't really do that. I mostly just picked pictures of mecha looking cool. And then, of course, we've got ninjas. These pull from some of the greatest ninjas in fiction. I should add more. There's still one of the greatest ninjas. He is. And, of course, Rikamaru, looking like a pimp. And then I chose heroes, characters that I like for various reasons that don't really fit in. Like Corona. Corona's here. Starkiller's cool. Indrid, I believe it is. No, the crow lady. I like her a lot. And we got Jolene. I liked her a lot. I thought she was a hero. And of course, the ultimate hero, Roger. Ocelot and Kaiba show up. Just general dudes. And even Char. Char's included because he's this damn hero. And then, I have 3 jokey ones. A Sonichu's. So you can have different Sonichu cards. I like the blackface. This one's the most powerful. And Pig Roach, Mecha, Ninja, Heroes. Okay. So yeah, and then how you play is it's basically, Slay the Spire. That whole map interface thing. You go into 2 different. But you've got these decks, and they all have different abilities and whatnot. And I need to find some way to cheat in this game, because I'm not good enough at this game. But I need to unlock all these other decks. I need to be able to play them. Because you can't make custom decks, you kind of beholden to what you got. But yeah, they're different themes. I want them all. I might message dude and ask him, is there some way I can just get all the themes? I love this game to death. In fact, I might just buy. Can I trade you a functionality thing? Can I buy 10 games to give away to people if I can just get the ability to cheat? I want to unlock all the shit. But yeah, you can have rogues. So these would be pig roaches because they're the red framed guys. And oh, I forgot to show something else. Oh, how do I go back? Shit, return. Main menu. Mods. When you go to these, you can do all kinds of variations. So for example, unique name. This could be any card, but then for special creatures, it would be called Magus, the Great Mech or whatever. You can have preferred title like warrior or scientist, and you can have it so that the custom name likelihood only shows up when it's ultra rare. This functionality is dope. It's cool. You can even kind of tweak the image of the design and whatnot. You can look at it. Minion frame is a little. I kind of don't like the minion frames, but anyway. But yeah. I'll show you a little bit. I'm not actually going to do a full run. I'm just going to show you kind of what the cards look like. Let's go with Rogs. Rogs are always good. It's $12, something like that. I don't know. I might buy a couple gifted copies and just say to the dude, "Hey man, hook me up. Hook me up with some of this shit. I don't want to deal with that." Because I like playing until I'm done, and giving me progression and shit's a problem. Okay, so we start up, and the game's piss easy for the first couple. You're not even really being able to see anything this time. So I'm running a Rogs plus Heroes deck. And it's simplified Magic the Gathering. Super simplified. There is no mana. Your mana just accumulates each turn, and you can use any color. This is a good way to simplify Magic. So we're going to summon Squire of the Beast. Summon that. We're going to attack with our Rog. And it's a minion type, Rog creature type. So confirm attackers. I wish there were more Anthem abilities to charge up my Rogs. I kind of want to finance this dude. I kind of want to. Can I email this dude and say, "Hey man, I'll give you $60 if you make this cool thing in the game." I want enchantments. Gain 2 life and then reinforce. We're going to give him a +1. And we're going to get Celestial Incantation. So we're going to activate the Doge. I don't have enough mana. Shit. Swing. Rog. Attack. Get out of the way! Yeah, this dude ain't even summon anything. He ain't got nothing. He's just pissing himself over there. Oh shit. He summoned a hero. But because it's a pick 10 each time, you get a weird way of having a massive pool while actually having a small pool. Kind of a cool ability. So we're going to do Unyielding Beast Militia. But this is beast form. Look at him. It's perfect. This is perfect. Beast form. Okay, so he's hurting. He's wrong even hard. He's wrong at 6 attack. Attack my rock. That's it for you, Kaiba. I attack with my rug. No. LTG's flying over, screaming. Where is it? So yeah, you can level up your goofy shit, get all this crapple. So let me have these decks for free, man. I want to play around. Shit. I guess I lose 100 gold pieces. But yeah, and so it's a fun ass game. The customization is what makes it fun. The gameplay is kind of crap, but honestly, I'm greatly impressed by that. I think that's something that a lot of games should have. You should have the ability to do pretty instantaneous customization to an impressive degree. I think this should be standard in most games. And it's rather shocking that it's not. Because then you can have pig roaches, man. And you can even make your own cards and give it whatever name you want. There's certain spots in the map where it's like, make a custom card. And you got a point system, whatever. It's pretty creative. But yeah, you can have... Alright, so let's see. What would I do with this one? This one is Inexorable Spice. Creature gains +3 but -2. It's spicy, but it is powerful. Flavor text. There's no flavor text, which kind of bumps me out, but that's too much customization. No, that's not true. It would be awesome to have it. It would be something like, that is spicy. There's like a heat to it. Oh man. Painful confrontation. Sacrifice a creature, other creature gains death touch or some shit. I need to have more actions. One like this one's a good action. Christian beast moding was always funny. All right. We've demonstrated why this game's hype. We're out of here. Now we're gonna bring up Phil. This is a good one. This is a good brief one. There's so many of them though. There's so many moments of him just losing his shit. Oh my god. Going nuts. I want to see the one where he's just screaming. Where is it? He bestial roars at the camera. I think it's this one. It's pretty intense. What a roar of a demon! Holy Christ!
Oh, you hear me?
He berserked! He literally berserked! Oh my god! Oh my goodness gracious. Okay, what was I doing? I was playing Nioh 3. Whew. Christian had some pretty good raw outs. That's why I made sure to get that image. That's my favorite moment is when he goes, "Ah!" Like a velociraptor. He's a dinosaur, man. Ah! Ah! I'll kill you, Clyde Cash! I think he might. Oh, man. Yeah, it's inspiration for the T-Rex. All right. Whew. Okay. I'm back. Man, shut up, Zambi. Zambi, let me ask you this. I'm trying to get an understanding of your objectives here. Do you want to get under my skin? Is that what you want to do? Because if you want to get under my skin, I can tell you some ways to get under my skin. Because, bro, the ways you are trying are not working. This is not working, man. Not working. If you instead, here's what you could do to start getting under my skin and pissing me off, would be to research mecha and research what are cliche arguments that show that you're an idiot, and then just say those lines. Truth be told, that's a tactical weapon on me. I'll do a DSP thing where I'll tell you my weakness. Giving me that perfectly processed shit opinion. Mass-produced opinion. That's what it is. It's a mass-produced opinion. If you give me this mass-produced opinion, I will get mad at you. I will get kind of annoyed because I'm like, that no person who can walk and talk at the same time should be saying these kind of arguments. Well, that's because I absolutely despise lobotomites. I despise people who live in just a pop culture understanding of reality. So, did you see on BuzzFeed that Neon Genesis Evangelion is one of the most greatest anime of all time? Because it's like, that just pisses me off. It's disrespectful to art to have an opinion like that. That's an incorrect opinion. You're an idiot if you think that. Should I go here? Or should I try this area again? I kind of want to save this for last because look at that. That looks foreboding as hell. I want to see what that is last. It looks like an infernal butthole. No one floats in the air like Lynn does. I'm a ninja, man. That if I have to say is probably the funniest ever joke anyone said to me in the stream chat that was about shit that I do. Because I always hoped for that. I always hoped that there would be enough viewers to make fun of things that I do or whatever. And but this, I forget who did it, and I feel embarrassed for not remembering who you are who said it, but trust me, it was hilarious. Where it was basically that I was a Metal Gear Solid character, and I would be invisible only from the head up, or only from the head down, or neck down. And so he was basically, whoever it was who said this was saying, yeah, you're Solid Snake and you look through the thermal scope. And this was in chat. It was someone in chat was explaining it like that. You're Snake and you look through the thermal scope and you see a red floating head just walking along. And I lost my shit. That was super funny. Because that's what makes me laugh is visual jokes. Give me something that looks really funny if you picture it. And that looked hilarious. And so that was probably the greatest. And I'm sorry whoever it was. I don't remember who said it. I remember laughing about it and on the stream and finding it quite amusing. Bode may have helped in some way. I think Bode may have facilitated the conversation in some way. And then, oh man, I want to be a ninja. I love being ninjas. Ninjas are so cool, dude. These dudes are masters of themselves. I'm not a ninja because ninjas always had such mastery over themselves. Like, I eat a lot. I'm an overeater. These dudes wouldn't eat shit. They would eat maybe like a fish every month. One. And that was if you were good. They ate rice and radishes and shit all the time. It worked out in the fields and made themselves super badass. And that's what also cool about ninjas. Ninjas are sort of rural. They're sort of battle farmers. Because that's why they had a whole bunch of farming tools as weapons. And that's awesome. Ninjas were farmers, and that's cool. Oh, there you go, Zambi. You got a spider. I bet you're stoked as hell. What are some of the opinions they get? Well, we already know that Neon Genesis Evangelion won. That opinion pisses me off. And it's because it's information blockade. You're blocking people from knowing more stuff. And that's a disservice to humanity. It is evil to block away knowledge, I would say. Unless you're a ninja, in which case it's awesome. But that's an opinion that I find disgusting. A lot of opinions about psychology I find disgusting. I find most of them to be rancid of utter filth. It's like if you smelled shit. I'm not trying to be a dark side Phil here, but we've all smelled shit before, and that an instant revulsion. A lot of those psychology opinions are that for me, and they run all over the place. There's a ton of opinions people have about psychology that are all wrong and stupid. Oh, damn it. I'm getting carried away here. Spiders are messing up my shit. Oh, cool. He separated himself. Oh. Ninjas are cool, though, man. They're cool as hell. All right. I have a bowl of rice to sustain me on this mountain journey. Yeah. I wish we lived near some mountains. The Midwest sucks, man. I don't know, I should move to Colorado or something. Because I like hiking mountains. I like it. I think it's cool. I think it's a spiritual thing. It's a spiritual exercise. And I'm pretty out of shape. But the thing about it is that I like climbing mountains. So if I had access to, and I get that, oh well, that's such an excuse. It's such an excuse. It is an excuse, and then well, obviously, yeah, I could just not do that. But then there's also that would expedite things. Oh shit, it's these umbrella dudes. I love these guys so much. Dude, I love these guys. I think those umbrellas are one of my favorite enemy designs. They're up there. Here I have some leftover dumpster pizza for you. Don't engage Zambi. What are some other opinions that piss me off? I think an opinion that pisses me off that's kind of off the beaten track, one that's not attacking a fandom, is that I do look down on people who think they're above animation. I think that anyone who thinks they're above animation is a loser. And I mean everyone. Because to limit the capacity to appreciate humanity's messages because they're animated is disgusting to me. Because that's what I hear all the time. Is I'd be like, "Oh, you should watch this show called Mobile Suit Gundam." It's like, well, that's animated. What does that mean? What does animated mean? What is they depicted it with art? Oh, those monsters! How could they do that? That should be illegal. No, art's beautiful, man. Cartoons are beautiful. Cartoons are beautiful because there's all these styles, or at least there used to be. You know, there's all these unique styles of doing it. And someone kind of close to home is like that, and I'll out him. My older brother thinks that he's kind of above some art. And I'm thinking, what the hell are you saying? You know, because he'll be saying something like, "Yeah, I watched the newest Marvel movie." I'm thinking you should watch JoJo. Oh no, I'm not watching JoJo. Why? Because it's animated? Yeah, no, I'm not watching anything animated. But CGI, the thing that you're watching on these Marvel movies, that's just animation to make it look realistic. You're still mostly looking at fake shit on screen at all time. All you see is Chris Evans' head floating around realistically. A suit's barely on him. He's often just digitized in. What the hell are you saying? But what do I do with this shit? Oh, wait, I had one of these before. It took me forever to clean these things up. Haunted spills. You don't think about that, right? Because think about it. A spill is haunted. Okay. This dude's back, huh? I feel so lost right now. I'm a ninja lost. I don't even know where I am. Okay, get as far away from that as possible. What? It's continuing to engage me. Ninja Power Wash Simulator. And what would a ninja car wash look like? Oh, that's easy. You come to a warehouse, right? This is how the ninja car wash works. I'll show you guys. So you come to this warehouse, kind of run down by the docks, right? You come in there, they close the doors. The lights come on. Boom. You got a bunch of camera feeds all there, boom, 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 all there. And it's showing your dirty ass car from all the different angles. So you can just see what's up. Smoke bomb, cleaned. The dust all dissipates, it's all clean. And you know what? You look around, your interior is clean too. Oh, you know what? Your clothes are clean now. That's how good it is. Then you get out. That to me is cool. Because ninjas do that. Ninjas are masters of stealth. And so stealth has this profound, horrifying effect of its magic. How would a Viking car wash work? Okay, you got a bunch of dudes with long sticks and they've got sponges on the end and they're just all roaring and yelling as they're slamming the shit out of that car. Like, you know, what would a knight be like? Use giant ass whatever. No one has an aesthetic. No one has magic. Ninjas are the only warriors who have magic. Which is weird because you don't often associate ninja with magic, but ninjas love magic. We use magic differently. We use mind magic. You guys think of all the visible forms of magic. Ninjas think of the invisible forms of magic. Beat up the car and then bring in a new boat for you. Basically, yeah. That sounds trash. And that's why ninjas are the coolest because they're kind of the opposite of Phil. I guess Phil is the furthest point you can get from being a ninja. That's what it is. The duality is on one end of the equation, there is ninja. On the other end, there is DSP. Where do you find yourself? And I'm going to be real with you guys. As someone who's achieved ninja rank, you guys are not anywhere close. I mean, it is shocking how far in the weeds you guys are. You have no idea what's being cool is. What was samurai? Oh, goodness gracious. Now, a lot of people don't realize this, but most people are actually secretly samurai fans. Because you know what samurai is? It's sort of the same thing with knights, is that they're very WWE. They're warriors that engage in WWE related activities. You know, they announce themselves, they declare what all their business is. I am this bushi that serves this lord, blah, blah, blah. You know, they get up there, they get their microphone, you know, the Kamigawa clan has been pissing me off for too long. And then they get to their fight and they have this, well, this part is where it deviates from reality, but it's more of the aesthetic thing, where you kind of trade your fights back and forth. Oh, he swung this attack. Oh no, well now it's his turn. It's turn-based combat. Let's be real here. Turn-based combat. And all this and that. And there's a shocking amount of overlap. Superheroes are just samurai. That's samurai knights. The other thing that samurais and knights represent is they represent hypocrisy. And ninjas aren't hypocrites. We know what's up. Oh, wow. So you guys are killers? Yep. This is correct. Oh, these guys probably are the stand that powers that stand. Uh-huh. Oh, yeah. Get shot, idiot. Now I've diffused that one. Cool. Oh, God. Taking sniper fire. Get in there. All right. Enemy base time. I want to be a ninja. It's just knight shit, man. It's just knights and samurais and shit. Hell, I love vast parts of my Mexican culture, and I love a lot of it. Completely, truly, I believe that it's a beautiful aesthetic. Two of the things I can't really get behind and Mexico is kind of ground zero of normie anime opinions. All of them are shonen fans, and I just don't know how to say this. Shonen is the worst of anime. It's the worst. Go watch Mermaid Flesh. I talked about it earlier. Mermaid Flesh is a fantastic anime. It's spooky. It's awful. It's very brutal. It's a story that takes itself pretty seriously, and that's what you should be watching, not Goku. Goku. You're watching the Goku show? Oh man, I'm so sorry. Did you have yourself tested or something? Nah, maybe not that bad. But oh well, we also like Naruto. No, we don't like Naruto. Naruto sucks. Well, we like One Piece. No, One Piece sucks. You only got a couple. Damn it! I almost said a slur. We only got a couple of Latinos who are into things like JoJo, which is a bummer because JoJo's probably one of the most authentic Hispanic versions. Because Hispanics had their own version of knights, and those were rogues, specifically Mexican rogues. And these dudes were kind of Zorro. Zorro was a Mexican rogue. This dude was awesome. And you know who else is a Mexican rogue? Lelouch. Lelouch is a Mexican rogue. I was saying, hey, how's it going, that part? So my wife and I are finishing up. We're finishing up Code Geass. We've got maybe 3 episodes left. It's taken us a while because we've always found something better to do than that. But we got around to finish it, and I loved it. And here's the thing: is I speak so scornfully of it, like in that last sentence, and that's because, dude, Code Geass sucks. That show's trash. It's a poop. It's a poop show. And you guys will go, huh, Phil? Before you said that show was godlike. What the hell happened? We can't trust your opinion. Well, here's the thing, guys. It got poopy. Very poopy. It's a stinky ass show. And I should probably shoot this dude. There's something else here. Oh man, I'm the green ninja, man. Speaking of, where's the shrine? Oh, I'm in an enemy base. I can't do that. Oh shit. How many more enemies do I have? 5 more? No, I don't want to do this. But yeah, Zoro is cool. Zoro is cool. Mexican rogues are cool. I think a lot about character archetypes. I spend a lot of time thinking about that. And I try and make up my own or create branch offs of my own. And I'm even willing to admit that there's kind of like a meta to matchups. Because here's the thing. Ninja is S tier. Ninjas are the superior. But here's the thing. I'm aware that ninjas remove most of the tension of any possible story. And it's because they do. They a lot of shows hinge on the character not knowing the most realistic solution right then and there. Whereas ninjas are always take them out, put them down, do this. And you know, a ninja in Star Wars would be undefeated because he would have a lightsaber style that cheated. This guy would be a cheating lightsaber user, and he would turn your shit off. There's none of that honor shit here. Bloop, turned off, dead. So, you know, if you look at it from that perspective, a ninja character would be at the top of every single food chain. And that's simply undeniable. So the thing is that you have to, because the ones that think that they would contend are wizards. Wizards think that they would fight a ninja. Ninja kicks wizard all day. Because ninjas have genjutsu. Wizards are these old men that cast their spell and blah, there's a big old fireball for you. You shall not pass all that. Man, we're flying at you, man. We're coming at you and we're going to cut your head off right up close. Our magic is to get us in and to keep us dodging all this and that. You know, and then our ninja magic, when it's used, we're not doing grand fireball. We're doing tiny meteor through your head. Boom! Dead. Dead. And then so, you know, again, it's ninja wins. Ninja wins. They've got the skill set. And but yeah, so the balance with ninja is that you have to create a narrative reason why they simply are not that present. And I kind of do in my story. I implied that there's ninjas in my story, but the thing about it is that these dudes, they're not common. It's, you know. To put it in American population, or not American, planet population, there's 8 billion people alive on Earth right now. That's maybe equal to 1/2 of a ninja. Like, these dudes are that rare. And so that's why they don't show up that often. And that's kind of a bummer, because then you can't show them off that often. But all the different archetypes that kind of fight against each other, they all have their own little things, but because ninjas sit at the top, we're also the harshest judges. I can see all the feelings of all these dudes, man. Pirates suck. Pirates are lame. Pirates are losers. Vikings are weird. Because on one hand, I do respect that the Vikings just fought. They fought dirty. However, the other thing that I don't like about them is that they were these weird, disgusting brutalists. Vikings lacked a lot of dignity, in my opinion. And I think that dignity makes you scarier. It makes you scarier to be clean and efficient, as opposed to a caveman, you know. So I don't like those dudes. Knights and samurai, I think, are the most Z tier of characters. I despise them as character archetypes. I find that they are inherently one-dimensional while making it look. They're an illusion. They're the illusion of depth. They're not deep. They're not deep characters. They're not interesting. And I'm gonna apply this. I'm gonna do this ninja dude, the green ninja. It's me right now. I'm the green ninja. And that just doesn't look anything like me. But I was like, what if I had just picked my own style? Like, this is what I would look like if I was the green ninja. But then there are other things that you have to do that kind of tactically ruin ninjas to some extent, or you can put in ninja stuff. Is often ninjas are made to be the bad guys. And if you have a story of knights, the story of knights is always that the good guy wins. There's no... It's all clerical, man. It's all cleric stuff. It's magic. They always win. They're just always a force of good. But the reality is that ninjas saw through all that. We see real. Every morning we see real. And that's where cereal comes from. And part of seeing real is that we see past that stuff. There's a lot of hypocrisy in a lot of these other systems, all these other characters. And that's what makes ninjas kind of the toppest, is because there's not a lot of hypocrisy with these dudes. They tend to know what they were about. And part of it is that that's where a lot of misconceptions of ninjas come from. A lot of movies portray them as criminals, that they're criminal people. And they're like, no, these dudes were not criminals. The closest way I can describe ninjas is that they were ascetic monks that studied killing. That's what they were, an assassin's guild. You know, there would be no reason, because they saw the bigger picture. These dudes see real. And they saw that if you shit if you shit where you eat, you're going to have some stinky food, you know? So they tried to have as little crime in the area as possible. Ninjas were not about to make things. That's where a Shredder is not a ninja. Shredder is not a ninja. And Ninja Turtles, there's no ninjas at all. It's weird. The closest you have to a ninja is maybe Raphael and maybe Donatello. Half of both. So you get one ninja, and that's a composite. And then a portion of Michelangelo during The Last Ronin. Other than that, there's no ninjas anywhere in Ninja Turtles. And Shredder's not a ninja. The Foot Clan are not ninjas, because these dudes are criminals. You should be spies, reconnaissance agents, and killers. You're not goons. Goons for what? A mob boss? That sucks. You suck. Your ninja clan sucks. We don't even have to fight you. It's done. The discussion is complete. You guys are bums. I think this is a good outfit for him to wear. I'm kind of liking this outfit. Yeah, this is a good outfit. When I'm in Green Ninja mode, I use my single sword. She uses dual swords. I don't use dual swords. Dual swords are not my style. My style is Kasuragama and Ninjato. That's my favorite weapons. There's some ninja weapons I just cannot get behind. Was it what was it? Bludgeoning weapons, staffs and stuff. That's not ninja, man. Ninja stab. We're a cutty people. We slice. We don't bludgeon. There's no precision in that. Except for the weight of the Kasuragama. That's different because that's pretty much our only bludgeon. The thing is that tonfas do work. You can use tonfas. And realistically, you can use a bow staff. But even bow staffs aren't necessarily that good because they're very long. They're unwieldy. They're cumbersome to sneak with. And that's why Donatello would be knocking that thing against things all the time. Or he would be moving so slow as to be kind of useless. So yeah, the staff is not good. It's not a primo weapon for a ninja. Tonfa would be better. Tonfas give you more utility. They're shorter range. You can stretch them out so you can hit them long-wise, or you can hold it under your arm. You have a lot more utility with a Tonfa. They're also smaller, so you can bring them to bear quicker and what have you. The other weapon that is completely outside of ninjas is nunchucks. Nunchucks. The thing about it is, my friend is a monk, and monks like nunchucks, and they're fun for them. And that's because they are a form of visual practice, and ninjas aren't trying to visually practice anything. That's the opposite of what we're about. We want to be kind of unseen, if you don't mind. And so, what was I talking about? Nunchucks are a monk's toy. Let's put it that way. They're a monk's toy. Ninjas are about a different thing. I wish I could have a modular spell check. Because I will be, here's the thing, I will misspell every 3-letter word. I will. Just, there's something about it. However, anything that's over 6 letters, I know what the hell I'm saying. I know what word I am trying to say. And I will make sure it's typed out clear as hell. Here's the thing, it always manages to skip the THRs. THRs are my worst. I'm terrible about THRs. And then say, I typed saith. And I typed it exactly as spells. And it said, are you sure you didn't mean south? Motherfucker, I said what I said. And then it changes that. So now I have to go back and fix it. Just catch the THRs, man. That's what I need you to do. Don't make me look like an idiot because I misspelled a 3-letter word. Make me look like an idiot because I misspelled a 10-letter word. You know. In the cartoon, I remember they made Splinter a Shredder martial artist. They called them Ninja Turtles because they used ninjutsu. I think that's why they used ninja. I actually like the cartoon origin story of Splinter better. I like him being Hamato Yoshi rather than Hamato's pet in the original. Yeah, I like the idea that it could be that. The thing that it frustrates me about why it is the Ninja Turtles are ninjas is they also mess up another key feature, and that's essentially just make them samurai. Because the whole thing with ninjas is that honor is kind of bullshit. Because what it is honor often makes you a hypocrite. However, if you live in a world where you're more dishonorable, it kind of makes your decisions a little bit more impactful. And I think so anyway. And so ninjas, they also have this sense of willingness to cheat and willingness to do what needs to be done to get the job done. Because ninjas were about the mission. The mission is what mattered. You leave your ethics at the door. We trust that the ninja masters have thought about this. You know, we trust that they've done the numbers on this. We'll just do the mission. And it's and here's the cool thing is people always imagine that would collapse under corruption. No. If you had the right dudes in leadership in a ninja guild, it was perfect. Everyone was happy. There wasn't a lot of sedition amongst ninjas. We didn't do all that shit, which is weird because we love backstabbing. We love betraying, but we would never betray each other. That's retarded. I mean, we'll betray monks. We'll betray anybody. Who cares? Ninjas? Well, we'll betray other clans, of course, but ninja as an existence? Never. But yeah, the Ninja Turtles suck. And you got Splinter over here saying, you mustn't kill my sons. No. Because that puts a limitation on our ability. It puts a limitation to our ability to judge ourselves. Oh man, that's a lot of dudes. Because the mission is what's critical, man. Actually, according but Splinter and Leonardo are the most furthest. Leonardo and Michelangelo. Here's the thing: is Donatello and Raphael are actually kind of all right, and they're all right. They both have something they would need to work on. But here's the thing: Leonardo is utterly worthless. He is the worst ninja you could have on the team. He is gonna get the assassination target under his sword, look him in the eye, feel pity, let up for a second. That dude's gonna get away, or he's gonna kill him. That dude is a liability. Leonardo would be a liability to the mission. He's also a staunch moralist, and so he would limit the team's capacity to solve problems. And one of those solutions is cutting a guy in half. And so, he couldn't be like, we should do this mission without any killing. Leonardo's worthless. Leonardo's a worthless ninja. He is not a ninja. And so then you have, what else you got? You got Splinter. But he's also kind of an extension of Leonardo, or Leonardo is more of an extension of Splinter. Splinter is this extreme moralist. And that is also not what ninjas were about. They did not do all that stuff. Now they always would have general rules. Like, you wouldn't cause carnage. You wouldn't go on a rampage in a town or something. You wouldn't abuse your authority. You wouldn't abuse your power. But you would take dudes out if you needed to, And so Splinter is teaching these kids all wrong. He's teaching them all wrong. He's teaching them Bushido. And ninjas don't do Bushido. We do Shinobido. He should know this. He's a ninja. A ninja should know his philosophy. And apparently Splinter does not. And it's not to say that Shredder's any better. Shredder doesn't know his study at all. He doesn't know what being a ninja is. Ninja Turtles is a case study of being all the wrong things in a ninja. But anyway, Michelangelo, though, he's, as much as I despise Leonardo, I despise Michelangelo. I think Michelangelo is a retard. A ninja is not a clown. Ninjas are not clowns. And that's why in some way I cannot be a ninja truly, which bums me out. I'm a ninja bard, though. They gave me that status. Ninja -bard, so I'm a mutation. I'm not, you know what I'm saying? But damn it, I'm still back here again. I've been sneaking around for hours. Okay, let's fight. Okay, let's roll these dice. Who's coming out to fight me? Just you? Fantastic. Oh shit. This changes things. But what makes Michelangelo also bad is that he's a hedonist. Ninjas aren't hedonists. That's also why I could be a ninja bard. And he's always partying and always relaxing and always chilling. And that's not conducive to being a ninja. He also does another thing that should never be done, and that's he doesn't take the job seriously. He doesn't take the job. He's being a dork and a goofball the whole time. He does not take being a ninja seriously. And you can't do that. Because here's the thing, is there are different classes that allow that. And you know what that is? That's a rogue. A rogue is a ninja that is a goofball. He's a clown. And that makes him mutant. He's not true ninja. So yeah, Michelangelo sucks. He's trash. He's a trash character. And he also uses nunchucks. And nunchucks are a toy for monks. And just the nunchucks, how would they even be useful, man? All right, I'm sneaking around, right? I'm in a daimyo's castle. I'm looking for information on his battle plans. I'm not doing any killing today, or at least that's not the plan. I'm always hoping things go. I'm always hoping things go south. I'm hoping. But what was I going with this? Something about ninjas. Nice. Len, I want you to make no, because I think kids would be afraid of your Ninja Lore Accurate Turtles. Your vision wouldn't be rated R. And see, here's the thing. That's why it is that Ninja Turtles do get a pass. Is because they're a sort of gateway to getting kids into ninjas. And we'll allow that. But to some extent, I do think that ninjas more or less shouldn't be available for kids. I think that that should be an age-restricted thing. Because the part of being a ninja is waxing dudes. It is. And part of it being a ninja is waxing dudes and not even thinking about it. The ninja masters thought this through. We can trust their judgment. And you know what? We did. We trusted their judgment. But stick day over here. Hope things have been going well, pimp. Sick day. Oh, stick day. I was like, what the hell is stick day? That sounds terrifying. Man, I'm sorry to hear that, dude. Get to feeling better. I don't know what I'm doing. What am I ninjaing? I'm being a terrible ninja right now. I wish I could color correct this. I want this outfit in green. Dark green. Emerald green. That would look cool. No, I can't go in there. There's that thing. Boy, I have no idea what I'm doing, man. Not the foggiest. Oh, I'm just busy dreaming about ninjas. And that's where, that's even where I stand with things like Ninjago. Ninjago's fine. Ninjago's fine. It's a kid show. Yeah. I don't even really need to bother looking into it. I'm not going to look into it and say like, oh, this guy's such an idiot and an imbecile because he didn't allow his ninja students to wax dudes and stuff like that. Nah, it's a kid show. But it's not to say that other cartoon shows don't exist that aren't too goofy and whatever. Like for example, Pirates. You know, I don't like Pirates mostly because they're just such lame asses. But I also you know, if they're kind of treated in a brutal way, then that's cool. But any of that dorky pirate crap is Errol Flynn shit is lame. It is. That's where I differ with my dad. My dad thought that Errol Flynn was cool. No, Errol Flynn was a loser. Shokasugi was cool. Bruce Lee was cool. This guy's a dork. He liked Ninja's the coolest though, man. There are other types that I like. I like different types of characters. I think that the Mexican Rogue is a fun character type. And Mexican Rogue is cool because 1/3 of Char is that. Char for Mobile Suit Gundam, the original series, he's a Mexican Rogue. And he's kind of cool. He's a dashingly, bastardly gentleman who backstabs you and whatever. He's very elegant like that. He's a cloak and dagger sort of man. And that's cool. I think that's a cool vibe. I like samurai to an extent. You know what I like about samurai whenever they are, is I like how formal they are. I do appreciate that about them. I appreciate how formal they are. But the thing is that they are such hypocrites, man. They're the dudes who are always thinking would be great, this would be best for everyone, when it's actually just me and only me who's benefiting. Yeah, we know what you guys are about. Where am I going? Because I'm already outside the death zone. I need to go back to that enemy base. Oh man, being a... Dude, this would definitely get me cut from the team, man. And getting cut from the ninja team means you get cut. But, I'm telling you, man. You get him out of here, man. Okay. I need to stay here then. On those things. Yeah, how am I dealing with this? Who can jump? Whoever can jump up here and we'll fight. Making sure your buddy ain't behind you. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Let's go, Granny. Oh, holy shit. Oh, I didn't realize it was going to do that. What was your first exposure to ninjas? Was it Turtles or older film or comic? I think it was either a tie between... It was probably Ninja Turtles. It was probably my first real interest in them. And so I was interested in them for a big time when I was into Ninja Turtles. I like these dudes. These dudes are cool. Also, again, why they kind of get a pass. Well, what happened is that there was kind of this... After Ninja Turtles, it's kind of this big gap. And then it was filled in with some martial arts. Like, I liked watching Kung Fu movies. I thought that was cool. I thought those were cool movies. And then... But my first return to ninjas was a friend of mine who I will always owe a great debt to introduced me to a game called Metal Gear Solid. I thought, oh, that's really cool. Oh, it's kind of a sneaking game. All right, that's hype. That's hype. Well, also I got introduced to Tenchu. And these two games brought it all back for me. Tenchu especially. Tenchu realistically got me hooked on the idea of ninjas. These guys were sick. They were cool looking. Rikamaru was a pimp. That's why I hate Kakashi. Rikamaru was the coolest character ever. And then what happened from there was that this was when I got kind of locked into ninjas there, is I got rewarded with Ninja Gaiden and Ask a Ninja. Ninja Gaiden and Ask a Ninja were kind of like the second part of the play. It was Act 2. Because these guys introduced... And Robert Hamburger. Robert Hamburger was the other thing. And these basically three ninja prophets is you had here the birth of ninja comedy. And that created that genre of why it is that... Basically, our comedy is nonstop TOS violation. And not because we're saying slurs, but we keep threatening people. We keep saying we're going to cut your head off and all this and that. But it's ninja comedy. It's that, I mean it literally. I'm going to come to your house in full ninja robe and duel your sorry ass. Well, it's not going to be much of a duel. It's going to be a duel between my sword versus your neck. And I know where my money's at. But yeah, ninjas is the coolest. And then from there, but then it had its real crisis with Naruto. I think that Naruto, if I hadn't hit it at the time that I did, I would have possibly even been enthralled by it. Because here's the thing, is Naruto is ninjas combined with superheroes. And it gives it a sort of ability to do weird, glamorous, dumb shit. But then it also denies the brutality of ninjas. It sort of bastardizes them. And that's unforgivable. And also because it's a clown version of shit, it kind of disrespects what ninjas are in some ways. For example, I've said this a million times, Rikamaru is in Naruto. He's Kakashi. And people love to say, oh my god, I love Kakashi, I love Kakashi, I love Kakashi. He's the coolest anime character. And I always say, you know, that dude's a more terrible version of this character. And everyone's always like, oh, wow, so you're that kind of judgmental. And it's more that, no, what I'm trying to tell you is that Kakashi isn't even the cool version of the character. He's actually the lame version of the character. I bet you would love the cool version even more. Rikamaru would cut Kakashi's head clean off. Because Rikamaru fought like a ninja. Kakashi didn't. Kakashi didn't fight like a ninja. He fought like a superhero. Do all that combat trading back and forth shit. Turn-based strategy. Ninjas don't do turn-based strategy. The hell's that? The hell is a turn-based strategy, man? It's always my turn. Attack, 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 attack. Parry, block, blow, gun! You know, I'm always attacking. So yeah, all that. And Rikamaru was that. Rikamaru was swinging on people. So, no. This is bullshit, dude. It fucking sucks. And you got him doing all these goofy dances and reading porn comic and all this, and he's being a gooner and shit. He's lame, man. He's a lame-ass character. Rikamaru wouldn't be doing that shit. Rikamaru was too busy lurking in shadows. That's what he was doing. He was lurking in shadows, not doing silly dances. One is being a ninja, one isn't. Take a wild guess, you know? Keep getting distracted from the zone. Okay. Okay, so there's 2 more enemies. I'm trying to find the second one because I don't want to get jumped by anything when I fight this lady. Because that's going to really piss me off if I'm dueling this monster and she's pulling some slick shit on me. All right, let's just get her exposed. Maybe she'll chase me up here or something. Guess I could do some free damage. And it's not going to amount to much, but it's that less of a health bar I have to work with when I get down there. I'm a ninja, I cheat. Ninjas cheese games. That's why it's one of the things that I don't necessarily disagree with DSP about. See, I still got more ammo, buddy. Ninja thinks about the mission. He ain't thinking of any honor. Right now, you're thinking of honor. Oh, how undignified. What an undignified way he killed that guy. Get out of my face, samurai. What know you of dignity? You know what the dignity is? Dignity is the mission. You getting too lost in the weeds, buddy. Oh, so you don't even think about these things. Nah, the ninja master's already thought of it. We're here to execute the thought out will. Time to die. All right, buddy. Let's summon your sorry ass. What you got for me? Huh? What? Oh. Oh, finally my quest will be over. I will defeat this area. Oh, I'm confident. I got this. Come on, samurai man. Monks though are all right. I love monks. Monks are few. Monks are few. And monk is one of the things that monks also aren't hypocrites. They're some of the most judgment-free people. Monks are cool. Very rare type of monk. Monks are cool. See, but yeah, I think the knights have a lot of hypocrisy, and so I don't like them as characters, or as kind of like an archetype, because they're often bound by some religious viewpoint. But then, and it's what makes them noble. It's what makes them noble people. But then at the same time, they always seem to hand wave away their nobility. You know, oh, well, I am actually a dishonorable man and I will never be a true honorable man. It's a bunch of performative shit to me. And then so, but then they always seem to profit a great deal from their actions. These crusades, oh, they sure seem to benefit you quite a bit, don't they? Oh, but it's about, the nobility of it, right? That's what it is. It's a convenient byproduct. I'm noble and I got money. I was like, I never pretended to be noble. Never pretended to be a good person. I'm a ninja. Ninjas aren't good people, yeah. Never claimed to be one. That's not true. Ninja morality is different. We're not cruel people. We don't brutalize people. We don't torture people. We don't do any of that. We're get in, get out. We're the spec ops dudes. We're not trying to do all that clownery. Did I clear out the area? I did. Wow, man, I'm pretty good at this game. But who else? Monks are all right. I kind of also like cavemen. Cavemen are weird because it's kind of got this sort of racism-y vibe to it. And it's not how I mean it, but I mean it more like a sort of way of carrying yourself, a very primal man. And I think that that's cool. And Aztec, where they had a lot of primal men, but they were also kind of weird artist dudes too. So you even kind of had jocks and nerds amongst Aztecs. I thought that was kind of cool. I like Aztecs a lot. I think that Aztecs are fascinating people. And I felt that it's a great shame we lost so much of their stuff. It's a profound failure of humanity that we lost so much of their art. Because they had some cool stuff going on, man. But then you got a bunch of knights showing up. And yeah, these dudes suck. Who else sucks? Pirates suck. Pirates suck. Pirates suck so much because they're just gangsters. They're criminals. Ninjas don't like criminals. You think just because we're lurking around killing people in the dark and doing it for money, you think we're criminals? Nah, man, we ain't criminals. You know what criminals do? Criminals contaminate the environment. That's what a criminal is. Okay. Yeah, criminals are a contamination. They because it's doesn't matter how dignified the criminal element is. Because that's not to say that there aren't moments where crime is dignified in some way. Like mafia dudes, they kind of have a sort of dignity to them. Mafia dudes tend to know how it works. Yakuzas, Russian mob guys, they tend to know how it works. But there's no denying that it's something that creates a more disgusting environment. And assassinations to an extent don't really do that as much. What it does kind of do is assassinations keep the deck shuffled. Pretty much. It keeps the deck shuffled. You got new dudes coming in all the time because they keep offing each other, But nah, man. It's like drugs. No, ninjas would have nothing to do with drugs. Drugs that's a contaminant, man. Because then that means that information that I'm getting from my contact who is on drugs could possibly be a hallucination. I no longer have good data. No, I don't need my people on drugs. Prostitution is weird because the tragic reality is that ninjas did kind of support prostitution. And that's because it was used as a means of killing people and getting espionage. So it's kind of weird that, I can't even say they'd be against that. But that's a crime that I guess they're willing to turn a blind eye to. But there's they wouldn't have, they definitely wouldn't have pimps running around. That would be unacceptable, having all that happening. It would be brothel only, basically. But look at me trying to morally thinly slice this equation. Anyway, but they also would not be doing anything with thefts. Thefts are immensely dangerous. We don't need the cops sniffing around looking for something small, okay? Because if they're looking for something small and they trip over something big, that's a problem. So yeah, ninjas don't do that shit. Theft, not allowed. It's gonna stir up too much heat. And also not big enough organized crime, I guess. I mean, I'm sure they would turn some of a blind eye to the Yakuza, only because, that Yakuza guys probably helped them finance and stuff. But, no, there's criminals are more of a contamination. Definitely. And, then what are some other archetypes? I like Space Buckaroo. I think Space Buckaroo is a pretty cool archetype. Flash Gordon kind of guys. Why are we exploring space? To find the great wonders of space. That kind of stuff. That's cool. I think that's all right. I think astronaut stuff's pretty cool. A lot of space stuff's cool. I think one of the biggest historical disagreements I've ever had is I always thought Soviet stuff was kind of cool. And it's mostly because I liked it from an immensely aesthetic standpoint. The Soviet tanks were the coolest looking tanks in World War II. There's no discussion. These guys had such a cool industrial look to them. Looked dope. Didn't look all blocky and polished like their contemporaries. And when they did, they looked cool. They looked dope. Same thing with their guns. Their guns are cool. All that wood. Wood is cool on a gun. But then what's cool about it is that you can also go without wood and have a tactical version. So wood plus tactical is cool. It's cool to be able to switch it up like that. Their helicopters are cool. Their helicopters are so cool looking. I mean, the Hind is cool. But then people are not able to separate art from artists. They think that just because you like an art that you like an aesthetic or you like a vibe, you're down for it. And what's weird is I feel that it's kind of bullshit because, a lot of people are willing to say, oh, I think the Nazis had a cool vibe and no one bats an eye. And then but you say, yeah, I kind of like the Soviet designs. They look pretty cool. Oh, so what does that mean? That means that I like the Soviet designs. What do you think it means? And I like aesthetics in industry. I think that it looks cool. It's something that we no longer have. We don't have this aesthetics in industry anymore. It's extinct. And so you had these tanks that were kind of, okay, well, what can our factories do? What are we capable of doing? Now, all these factories are capable of making these processed main battle tanks, and they all kind of look the same, so, yeah, it's not as interesting. World War II tank aesthetics are cool. I think that the Soviets are top. They have the coolest shit. The shit just looks cool. All that green and shit looks cool. Yeah. And then second place, I would say, is Imperial Japan. I thought Imperial Japan had a pretty interesting aesthetic going for it. It had a lot of jungle equipment, a lot of tall leggings and stuff like that. Very interesting things. The color palette was cool. It was all tan and whatnot, tan and gray. And I think that their tanks are cool looking. I think their guns look cool. They look kind of weirdly futuristic, but also experimental, which is, I mean, that's Japanese as hell. So I thought their guns looked cool. But their tanks look pretty cool, and I think that because in the actual stats of everything, their tanks were complete dog shit. Their tanks were laughably terrible, and so they were they were delegated to the dustbins of history when it came to tank design. Oh, I probably should have been here. That's high level. It's level 77. Let's go back here. Let's go. Wait, what's going on here? Who's this master here? Japanese stuff looked pretty cool. Their planes were cool. Their planes were sweet. Third place is kind of a tie. Kind of a tie between Germany and Italy. Because what I liked about Italy's weird tank designs were how dumb they were. They were dumb little zippy cars and stuff like that. I thought they were kind of fun and dumb. And I thought that some of their guns looked rather goofy and weird. I thought those were fine. And then Germans had some pretty sleek looking shit. Like the Messerschmitt Me-262 is hype as hell. Cool looking design. And it's cool because of how wrong it is. You know, it is not aerodynamic. It's unaerodynamic. And intentionally so. And I think that looks cool. Made it look cool. Made it look sci-fi. And so we got that. And then weird thing is I kind of don't really like the American stuff. And I think the American stuff is because it's so normal. It's so normal to me that it's like it's the Ryu. It's the Ryu of designs. I will say that the some of the later tanks looked pretty damn cool. I'd like the Sherman with the plows on the front. I thought that was a sick ass design. That was sick. But say like their guns, they're all kind of like, whatever. They're rifles. Even the BAR I thought was kind of, it's whatever. The planes I thought were more or less whatever. But yeah, they had a couple good tanks. Then there's some weird outliers. I liked Hungarian tanks. I thought the Hungarian tanks were kind of interesting looking. The Romanian small arms and equipment and outfits and stuff, I thought those looked pretty interesting. I like the idea of you have war aesthetics, different little outfits, because you don't want everyone being so streamlined all the time. And so I think they had a cool aesthetic. There's lots of different little war aesthetics that existed for brief periods of time that were cool. And I'm still in the wrong area. Okay, I want to go here. Probably shouldn't be hanging out over here. Who else had some cool aesthetics? The English had a couple cool tanks, but for the most part, I thought English stuff. The one with the top loading magazine, that was cool looking. I thought that was a pretty cool looking design. It's mech like. It's a very mech design, because with a mech you would want your magazines on top, and that's because first of all you can't really tuck them underneath your arm and stuff, and so you would have magazines on top that you would top load, and also it doesn't matter because you don't have iron sights because you're using optics to fire this thing, or at the very least you can calculate the arm's position so you don't need to look down the iron sights. So yeah, the Brin, I think it was the Brin was a pretty mech looking design, and I love that one. But their planes, I wasn't really that interested in them, and their tanks, they were too boxy, just cubes rolling around in cubes. Oh my god, I cannot go to this destination. I need to go to, because that's the natural flow I keep taking. I'm like, let's cross this bridge. No, let's go over here. Oh god, not these dickheads. How do I keep running into these dudes? Hey, how the hell do I get over there now? It's gotta be up here somewhere. Probably across a rooftop or something. I also liked a lot of the Soviet designs because they did some pretty interesting, weird sci-fi versions of guns. And a lot of countries do their own sort of weird sci-fi-ification of guns. America briefly did it before we decided, let's just use the M16 forever. But, the Germans have, like, the G36. It looks pretty cool. I like it. I like the design. The FAMAS, it looks cool. I like it. It's futuristic design. The XM8, the Americans had the XM8. I thought the XM8 looked cool. I thought it was an extremely cool-looking gun. And then they said, nah, let's go M16 all day. All right. And then the Soviet Union had stuff like the AN-94. I thought it looked really cool. AN-94 looks dope. It looks like an energy rifle. If you rolled up in Star Wars holding that thing, I think, oh, yeah, that's an energy rifle. It shoots laser beams. I've seen one of these. So is this what I'm looking for? I'm looking for this direction. But that's where I keep coming from. Huh? How do I get over to here? Yeah, somehow I can just come down here. Can't go here. Where's... Okay, it's straight ahead. There's nothing I can do? What? Huh? This is a weird weakness I get when I'm high. My sense of direction, it goes completely deleted. Which is, it's kind of a prideful thing I have about myself, is I'm very proud of my sense of direction. I can navigate pretty damn well. It's ninja training. Just orientate your position. Always looking for landmarks. Always paying attention to what things look like around you. You get a good sense of direction that way. When I'm playing games, I probably shouldn't play open world games like this or anything sinister like this because, holy crap, man, I'm having a hard time getting around. It kind of looks like you can't go this way. I wonder if you simply can't because maybe it doesn't open up until later. Maybe this stuff's simply not available. What kind of stuff is here anyway? Well, these two, I have no real interest in. Okay, I guess we'll go back here. Go here. Well, that's a level 73. Goodness gracious. I suppose I should do this one. I should complete this objective. That's the lower level version. All right, let's go investigate this crap. What was your first potion? I talked for a long time about that. Yeah, I like ninjas. I think ninjas are cool. And it's kind of why it is that I have this weird relationship with Magic the Gathering. It's a weird parasocial relationship, but I think that when I explain it to you, I think you'll understand where I'm kind of coming from here. Is that Magic the Gathering sold out, man. Magic the Gathering sold out so hard. And it's immensely disappointing because I loved Magic the Gathering. Magic the Gathering got me back into making art. Because I went a long time there where I was immensely artistic and then I gave it up and then went back to it because of Magic the Gathering kind of spurred me to keep going. And Magic the Gathering was the hypest shit ever. Because the thing about it is that I was able to basically treat it like Dark Souls. Well, let me elaborate. Is they have all these books. And these books have stories that take place throughout the universes, whatever. You've got Kamigawa, you've got Meriden, you got all these places, and they all have some sort of theme or nature to them. And they did a fantastic job of making these worlds feel so real. It's basically gave you Cowboy World or Aztec worlds. Fantastic driving mechanism. And you would have a story through there. Well, the cards would be set within the contents of the story and of the universe. And so because of that, you had these, a fantastic example, is I'll just start off with it, is my first set was Return to Ravnica. And Return to Ravnica's premise is that it's this gigantic city. The entire planet is a city. It's big, it's Coruscant, planet city. But it's set in this sort of weird time where you still have guilds. It's kind of medieval kind of look like, kind of around there. And you have these 10 dudes, these 10 factions. And this is how I would describe it to people whenever I'd be talking about it. Back then, it's basically how I was learning it. Is that you had these 10 dudes, and they basically ended war on the plane. You know, these dudes were warring constantly. But then they finally, all of them managed to keep focus for enough time. Oh God, that they oh God, oh God, oh. I'm immensely stressed right now. Perfect. Perfectly executed. Perfectly executed. Let's top off, just in case something buggy happens. Okay. Whew. Anyway, you had these 10 dudes. And they were cool because what part of the peace agreement was that they were all going to have to operate in some way to maintain the giant city. And you had these 10 dudes. I keep saying that. And they were each a different color of the color pie. And that's where I was immediately enthralled. I was like, the color pie? What does that mean? What does that mean, Colonel? You got to understand, Snake. All of the world you see around you is composed of 5 elements. You have islands, mountains, plains, swamps, forests. Fire, water, earth, light, dark. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Anyway, the combination of these 2 elements dictates a sort of fusion between them. And as each color has a personality, each fusion has a personality. I was thinking, oh, I like this kind of system. I like this is customizable. You can switch out parts this way. Magic the Gathering kicks ass. And so what happens there is that in oh, okay. Oh, that's the barrier was placed. Okay, I think I know where I want to go. But yeah, you had these 10 factions, and they all had a sort of weird personality based on their fusion of colors, their fusion of interest. And what made that beyond hyped was that so what made it cool was that these 10 factions were based on the different types of color combinations you could have with. For example, here are the 10 colors. I know I've been alluding to them forever. Rakdos, it's kind of the weird one to start on. They're the entertainment industry. They're kind of in charge of that. And it's even kind of implied that they run brothels, that they're the kind of mean streets of town. They also do a lot of dirty work. They do a lot of trash disposal, if you get what I'm saying. That kind of stuff. And both literally and figuratively. So they're kind of that. But the thing about them is that they're these weird psycho clowns. And their whole thing is that they do the circuses. They do the circuses of town. And it's all extremely macabre. They're throwing axes at each other. They're lighting each other on fire. It's very sadistic and masochistic. They enjoy it and they enjoy it. But, and their thing is that they're cruel celebrants. And they find the other factions to be hypocritical losers. So they're hedonists. They're the hedonist group. And that's what I liked about Magic the Gathering. That's where I'm going with all this, is that they have put all this depth into these character designs and these factions. Well, they started just streamlining it so much so that now that there's no depth to their shit anymore. It's so bland. It's an unbelievably styrofoam product. You're just eating styrofoam. But I want to talk about Ravnica. Ravnica, I wish I could have a very specific genie. So I'm forced to make wishes that I wouldn't normally wish. But one of them would be, I wish that Ravnica was public domain. I wish that Ravnica as a concept and everything attached to it becomes public domain. Because you'd have some artists make some pretty interesting stuff with these dudes. You know, you get some good movies out of these guys. And and you'd also get a lot of garbage, but you would know what the good ones are. These guys, though, the Rakdos, they represent red black. Because red is representative of impulse and black is kind of the representation of destruction or death or whatever. So that's that. And then the next group is the Gruul. No, I don't want to go in this. Well, I'm going to go in whichever order I want. Gruul are these barbarians. They're these barbarian tribals who live on the outsides of the city. And the thing is that they kind of have a connection to the history of the place because there used to be more forests. There used to be, in this giant cityscape, there would be patches of forest or interconnected forests, or just large untamed forest zones. So imagine Coruscant with big ass forests. They just were there. Anyway, they were kind of put in charge of maintaining the nature. They were put in charge of being the custodians of nature. Such a big honor, right? Well, until they started getting ignored a lot. They started getting ignored a lot in favor of the Celestia, who I'll talk about next. But they have become rather marginalized. And so operate as sort of outlaws, sort of bandits and whatnot. And they're cool. They're aggressively frustrated with the system. And, you can sense all that. And the thing about this whole story is it always feels like it's right on a flashpoint. Any second now, one of these dudes is going to start swinging on the other, and the war is going to start back up. But these guys they're kind of the hair trigger ones where you think they're going to start it most of the time. Well, here's the thing that happens. They end up starting it. I'll get to that some other time. But these guys are cool. I like them all right. They're kind of sort of monk adjacent. But they're cool. Then you got the Celestia, and these dudes were supposed to take care of internal parks affairs. They were the parks and recreation. They weren't the park rangers. One was in the city and one was out of the city. Well, the thing about it is that they became so useful and so prevalent that they started replacing the sheriffs. They started replacing, not sheriffs, the forest rangers. And so they have a sort of weird a sort of weird communalistic nature to them. They've got a mutation of it where they're basically plant people. They all have like a dryad system, and they tend to be very aloof, not really paying attention, but they just think we'll make the world better for everyone. Everything shall be as a garden or whatever. So they kind of got this weird pseudo-religious nature to them as well. Anyway, they're the thing is that they're kind of boring. There's not really a whole lot that gets done with them. In terms of gameplay, they tend to be pretty boring. In terms of narratives, they tend to be pretty boring. They're mostly just there as a sort of default neutral faction, I guess you could say. They're the most harmless of them all, I suppose. Because the Gruul do commit violent acts of vandalism at times, but bordering on terrorism. They do this. Celestia don't do that. They're the combination of white and green, and Gruul is the combination of red and black. So they're the forests and the mountains, primal people. And then the Celestia are light in the forest, so they're very good forest people, stuff like that. Who else you got? Well, then you start getting into the enemy colors, because you've got complementary colors, ones that kind of blend with each other pretty well. We'll get to my boys later. We're not talking about them right now. But we'll talk about the Azorius. The Azorius are they're blue-white, and they represent basically the law, but not, they have it separated in this universe. If you're thinking of the police, it's sort of them. The Azorius are half police, 50% police, and then a full serving of legal system. They're the senators, they're the lawyers, they're the scum of society. You know, the worst of the worst of these dudes. And there are bureaucrats and all this and that. You know, the unshakable, disgusting despair of humanity that is all that. That's what these dudes are about. And the thing about it is that they're also kind of knight-like, and that's funny because I hate knights and I hate that. So it works out pretty well. But their thing is that they're often too paralyzed with their own indecision to be that useful, you know. But they do kind of keep the law running around. They keep people from infringing on each other's territory too much. But they're interesting, and they also have this weird thing where they follow the law so much that they kind of forget what it even is. Like they forget what it is there for. But then the other groups, and these are the enemy colors, and these are the ones that are kind of weird and trippy. So and they represent blue represents intellect. So it's the intellect and good. So you got bureaucracy basically. That's what you're gonna get. Well, you got next up. You have the Simic. The Simic are fun. The Simic are fun. They're the blue and green, and they are the fusion of intellect but also of life. And what does this mean? What do I mean by this? They are biomancers. They are biomechanical. No, they're biomancers and pharmaceuticalist people. Basically, they're the health industry. And the thing about it is, it's not supposed to be sardonic on purpose. Sometimes it's sardonic by accident. And this one is their whole thing is that they're so absorbed in creating life that they're kind of like InGen from Jurassic Park. Is that they're so interested in creating life, they don't even really think about if they should. They splice animal onto animal just to see if they can or whatever. They don't really think about it that much. And they make these things. Hold on. Sorry. So the Simic, though, the Simic are these biomancers, and they're in charge of medicine. They're in charge of stuff like that. And, you know, a lot of it makes sense. You know, they find, regenerative aspects of a lizard have this kind of ability. If we inject lizard DNA to this level, they will regenerate their cells normally. If we get too much of a dosage, they turn into a lizard. So heads up. And then they also are weirdly interested in just the pursuit of knowledge just because. Well, what if we put a tentacle on the side of this octopus? What, so it's like got 9 tentacles? Well, but one's on the other side of its head. Okay. You know, so they just do shit. And they are also very aloof. And the other thing that they do that's... it's amusing to me. I like this solution. I like this. Is that part of the narrative sinkhole of that is, well, what happens to all these failed experiments? Do they put them down or whatever? No, they flush them into the sewers, and then they start attacking people. So these guys are constantly flushing their pets, and they wind up somewhere and attack the populace. Because that's another part of the Ravnica story, is that these 10 guilds, they don't even represent everyone. There's a bunch of people who kind of just live underneath the umbrellas of these people. And they don't much care for any of these dudes because they're often getting blown up or something. And I liked it. That it didn't show a lot of it, but it implied that a lot of the stuff would cost lives, that these things got people killed. And so I wish that it had leaned more into that brutality and made it more have us see darker images of Ravnica at times. But so they're those dudes. Next up is the the Boros. And the Boros are basically the cops. They're the military side of things. They're the military plus cops. And they do it in such a way that it's not like any sort of Judge Dredd political statement, but more it's a blending of responsibilities. They have to simultaneously arrest evildoers, but also they have to show up whenever there's a guild fight to break things up. So that's kind of their thing. But there's also sort of limitations, is that they can't have certain other privileges that others can. For example, they don't really have a lot of places in, say, economics and stuff. So stuff like that, they're pretty limited. And their thing is that they're mostly, here's the thing, is that they're right, but they're also stupid. they do understand how much that, you know, there needs to be quite a bit of order on this place to keep things under control, more than you would think the average world would need. But they also are so determined by themselves that they don't really pay attention to what they do sometimes. And they have a pretty fair share of hypocrites, of people who, you know, go in and brutalize areas and then say, "Ha, we secured the area," you know, that kind of stuff. But yeah, they kind of have they have not a lot of narrative range. There's not a lot of stuff you could do with these dudes. I think another thing that could have been done well is that they were also the investigators. They would also basically be detectives and stuff like that. I think that would have been cool. Because they ended up going and doing detective stuff later, and it was stupid. They should have had it been a Boros thing. I think that would have been fun, is to have them be the detectives. Just as their guild. Knights and detectives. But anyway, they're also extremely knight coded, and they're also Spartan coded. They've got Spartan elements to them. Well, we'll talk about them further later. But then there's the Golgari, and Golgari are cool. Golgari are interesting in that I was saying that Celestia are the safe good guys. These guys are kind of the safe misunderstood guys. These guys are bastards, but they're not that bad. They're the dude. They're the shit workers, man. They're the sanitation team. They're the ones who make sure the city all functions underneath, you know, that kind of thing. They're also farmers. They do a lot of farming, and so and they do a lot of gunk work. It's disgusting shit they have to deal with. But they also have a sort of weird hive mind to them, where it's a 3 hive minds in 1 hive mind constantly fighting it out. But yeah, these dudes are cool. They're rot farmers. My friend who's the monk, he associates with them, and I think that's weird because I find he far more associates with Rakdos or not Rakdos, Grull. To me, he strikes me more of as a Grull, or possibly even Celestia to an extent. But he identifies with the Golgari, and the other part is the Golgari are kind of weird hypocrites, but they're so close to getting the point because they see everyone else as hypocrites too, which is correct, except for ninjas. We are never hypocrites, and it's okay because we said so. These guys, though, they live in the Undercity, so they see more of the reality of the world than the people up above. You know, they see more on their way to looking up at the sky. But these guys, they rightly call out a lot of the injustices that people do. And then who else is next? Oh, next is Orzhov. Orzhov is cool because Orzhov it's kind of brave for its time. They basically represent religion and commerce. Religion and the intersection between religion and commerce. And you get what I'm saying. A lot of borderline racketeering, a lot of shakedowning, a lot of selling of religious access, stuff like that. A lot of spiritual stuff, a lot of usury, stuff like that. So these dudes are pretty diabolical, and they have a lot of family code to them. They have a a rich dynasty system amongst them. So they're also kind of like the nobility. So they're a little rough. They're a pretty powerful social commentary. But their thing is that they often they get too lost in the weeds when it comes to their plans and whatnot. So they will waste opportunities or overlook things and stuff like that. But they also, in a way, are the most content of all the guilds. All the guilds are a little bit pissed off by the constant nature of their lives, except for one other guild. They're all pretty frustrated. Honestly, Orzhov seem to be more or less happy with their lives. They don't have any real issues or any real despair amongst them. The only other groups are, well, the next in line to be discussed, the Izzet. The Izzet they're tied with my favorite, but realistically, they're second place. Is that the Izzet are the bad scientists, and they're the ones who run the electrical systems, and they're the ones that run your utilities and shit like that. And they're the ones who are also doing the R&D design for society in general. So they're the reason why you've got your new train cars and stuff like that. And these dudes are cool because they're all absent-minded, crazy dudes. And blowing shit up. And that's the thing about him is there's a kind of running joke, and it's a good thing it hasn't become popular. It's a good thing Magic isn't popular, because this would be an obnoxious meme joke done to hell. Is that we're always blowing shit up by accident. It was discussed in such a way that it would be, 3 city blocks got completely obliterated the other day. You're thinking about it for a second. That's a lot of dead people. That's 3 city blocks. That's pretty incredible, And then anyway, what you been up to? And they don't really do it out of a lot of malice. It's more like, hey, let's try this new train that's powered by, I don't know, jet engines. Slap those on there. Yeah, bolts them on. All right, run the test. And it just flies off the track and flies into a building. They're just blowing shit up. These guys are the hypest. I love these guys. They're some of the most fun characters I've ever seen. These guys are cool, though. They have a lot of weird tech. They'll have electrical people and stuff. They'll make artificial electrical people. Things like that. Weird tornado entities and stuff like that. These guys are cool. The Izzet are cool. They don't really have a whole lot of... The thing about it is their leader is one of the most important characters in the story. And their leader is this dragon. And that's how impressive it is. Their leader is a dragon. All their leaders are kind of cool people. Most of them. And they're all pretty epic in their own way. Well, Dragon Man, Niv Mizzet. He's this incredibly smart dragon. And he's kind of chaotic weird. That's his alignment. Where he's also a strange supremacist. He is sure that he's the smartest person of all time. And here's the thing. Probably. I mean, realistically, probably. The dude's pretty smart. He's creating portals to other universes. I think this dude's on the right. This guy's probably first place. So he's so. But here's the thing: he has this sort of weird insecurity to it, where he's not sure if he's actually the smartest. He's like, I better get smarter just in case, And he's cool as hell, and he drives a lot of the plots in them because he'll make things happen with his weird, impulsive directions he goes in. And the thing is that he often builds the final MacGuffin because he finally figures out the equation and gets to work, and they build this space bridge or something like that. Dude's an awesome character. I love Niv Mizzet. And then the last and the best for last is the Dimir. The Dimir are the ninjas. They're the assassins. They're the information brokers. They're the ninjas. And it's done right. It's done right. It's done right. These guys kill people. They're assassins. They take you out. There's plenty of them describing in flavor text or in art people straight up dying. And the thing about it is I realize that it makes it sound so dark that I put so much emphasis on it. But I'm like, dude, show me some brutality with these dudes. I don't want to just see sunshine and rainbows all the time. I don't want to get iced, you know? And so that's what these guys are. And the thing about them, that's their own little weird thing about ninjas, is that they have sort of a weird intersection with Shredder, and that they're also criminals, but in the sense that they're trying to franchise into further crime. But they try and take their own little spin to it. Like they've got some racketeering markets going. And the racketeering, it is weird with them. And I like it because it's ninja racketeering. What they basically say is, hey man, it's a dangerous place out here, you know. I'm not lying. There's bandits everywhere. Rakdos just blew this area up. It's flying around blowing this shit up. Terrible, man. It's terrible. What if I gave you some peace of mind? You're like, okay, what are you offering me? Criminal. It's like, hey man, here's what I want from you. I want you to pay attention. What? I want you to pay attention. I want you to watch your neighbors. Watch your neighbors. You're telling me to be paranoid? No. I'm telling you that you should be paranoid. No, it's I'm telling you to think about this, eh? And so, you know, they do information hustling. In exchange for protection, keep an eye on your neighbors for me, will you? Because they're going to be leads, you know? They're going to be, if nothing else, okay, I need to kill person B who's not even related to these dudes. What if one of them intersects with them? Boom, got an in, got an approach. So that's where it is. It's information espionage. They do a lot of espionage, and I love them for it. The Demir are the coolest. The Demir are damn cool. And so where I was going with this infinite tirade was that Magic the Gathering used to have some profound brilliance to it. It used to be profoundly brilliant. It used to be utterly majestic what kind of stuff they would make up. The universes that they would create. And then they sold out so damn hard. That's why I'm brokenhearted about it, man. That's why I look down on it. That's why I kind of anthropomorphize it and say, you know, you could have been something. Now look at you. You're nobody. Omnio mages are cool. Too bad this one's a dead man. What a terrible weapon for the job. It's so loud. Half the castle knows I'm here. I think a fantastic game. Even, please let it be my wish. I want to make a wish. I want to make a game wish. What's wrong with making a game wish? Where's our whimsy? I want a procedurally generated roguelike Tenchu with shocking, dizzying character customization. Insane character customization. 15 times the averages, you know. Blow this shit away. And then I want there to be a sort of multiplayer. You can play with your friends and do even bigger dungeons and work together. And the thing about it is the dungeon generator thing, you could even have it have different terrains. So you have just a big ass section of area you're working with. Like it goes from town to cliff faces to a mine, you know. I would love for such a game to exist, man. I wish I could be a game developer. I wish I could make an entire game by myself. Because that's the kind of game I'd make. Oh, God. Oh, it's this dude again. This guy's giving crows a bad name. Crows are some of the most magical people. They're a very ninja bird. Black, intelligent tricksters. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you say ninjas? Oh, by the way, never got around to describing the rest of Ninja Turtles. Weirdly enough, the other person who's kind of got some element of ninja to them is Casey Jones. And the thing that Casey Jones has that's ninja-like is he has improvised environmental weapons. He has baseball bats. He's got clubs. He's got stuff like that. Stuff that you could get off of a shelf or something and shoplift it or something. You know, he's got infinite normal type weapons. That's cool. You know, just a bunch of random knives and just stab this dude, got this dude, whatnot. Casey Jones is all right. Donatello is ninja-like. Donatello is quiet. The quiet academic side of him is good. He's ninjas who are quiet academics. Just research and shit. What if I use this poison? What if I use this kind of edge? Well, let me go test this out over there and see what this is about. You know, they were engineers. They would make tools and stuff like that. They would, okay, what if I built this? You know, these guys were scientists. So ninjas even have that going on. Ninjas are scientists too. So Donatello's in that territory. A ninja scientist would be using technology to make a silent railgun that would take someone out. It's just that the Ninja Turtles don't think that way. We do not use guns or whatever. That's not true. Ninjas would use guns in a nanosecond if they got to the point where they were useful in that kind of mission. I know that because Spec Ops dudes are modeled after ninjas. Hello, friend. What if I did a ninja pose on you? We hated that. You don't like that, do you? Well, how about this? Oh, I see. It's go time, huh? I'm popping the V-trigger just for you. When a ninja tells a wall to open up, it opens one way or another. I hate these damn things so much. Yeah, Magic had a bunch of cool universes. And Magic kind of inspired me in a way to make cool universes of my own. Just have a code system to it and then just kind of stick to the code. You can make some pretty infinite designs. Oh, really? You want to play? My system is what if this was this, but also had to kind of be this, but it was interestingly this. And take it seriously and make it cool. That's what I think is, because that's a design code. It's how you can make your designs. And I've done that. I've made factions that are weirdly unique by just changing tiny little variables to it. And I don't want to kiss my own ass, but it's something I study. It's something I research a lot of. But yeah, I have a good time with that stuff. Ninjas are cool though. Raphael is a ninja. And the reason why he's a ninja, he's willing to do the job, man. And he's also willing to, well, not so much. One criticism is kind of tying into another, is that he's too impulsive. That's his only sin. I don't even necessarily disagree with him saying we shouldn't just kick these dudes' ass, but let's think about this for a second. How could we maximize it? And that's the thing, is Raphael has never leaned into what would really help him. They always tell him to teach him patience or whatever. But no, what they should be saying is, all right, Raph, how about you think up a good approach that's like would totally kick ass? Get it to me in 2 days. And the thing about it is, he's going to get lost in the idea of thinking about it, that he kind of accidentally has patience. And then he's got a plan at the end. So, like, put him in charge of strategizing. Leonardo should not have been the leader. Well, they should have had a good leader. Leader ninjas are awesome. Never have any stamina when I'm fighting this dude, because he's always throwing all those shit puddles all over the place. Magic used to be something so beautiful, man. I think if I had my chance at a viral video, it would be a viral video wish. I wish that my criticism of Magic the Gathering would go mainstream. Because I think that while there are people who agree with my views on it, there's not enough of them and they're not loud enough. Everyone's always talking about the meta of the game. Man, the game sucks. I don't even care. Who cares about the game at this point? I'm talking about the art behind it. That sucks. It's not even remotely good anymore. But, have I learned this goddamn move yet? Oh, I have. Fantastic. I can ditch this piece of shit. Get my usual Surigama going. Oh yeah, you want to play? But Demir though, I didn't. The thing about them is that they have all these machinations. They kind of want to take over the city. They want to basically assert dominance at the city, win the war. They're still interested in winning the war between all these factions. But the thing is that they realize that, okay, say we won the war, then what? And they all look around and, oh, okay. Well, what if we didn't just, what we can do, what they kind of do figure out from there is instead they try to remind all the other guilds at all times that we could kill you in an instant. So that's kind of their hobby, is perpetually threatening the others in ways that are hard to ignore. You know, you come into your office and you find a bomb at your chair and you take a step back and it doesn't go off and you realize, yeah, Demir was able to get in here and do this. So that's the kind of stuff they do. They do kind of shadow terrorism. I like the soundtrack. This is a good soundtrack. I remember this area. This soundtrack has been largely bummy. This one was a good one. What area am I in? Sagano. Oh man, I love ninjas so much. I love ninjas. Okay, let's go. Ooh, I only have so much area to fight this guy in. Oh, I wasn't sure if I got hit by that. Oh, that was good. I asserted mad dominance over this guy. Going over. Ooh, that worked out really well. Okay, let's go. I wish it would change up the audio. I wish they had more than one sound clip for that. Gets kind of repetitive. That takes me out of the fun. One of these guys. Just realized all these regions have a different overworld theme. I like this overworld theme much better than that first one, that one that sounded like complete dog shit. It's too insipid, man. Dude, I love it. I love having ninjas at my command. See, the thing about it, ninjas thing, is that it's also a freedom of vice in many ways. Because the thing about ninjas is they're sort of ambitionless, but in a good way. They're not trying to usurp the masters. They're not trying to do whatever. They're trying to hone themselves. And so there's no internal sabotage between these dudes. These dudes are working out for each other. They're working out for each other. It's time for men. It could be. Anyway, it's more about looking out for each other constantly. So if you had a ninja leader, you wouldn't be constantly trying to second guess him or question him. You would trust that he knows what he's doing. And that's cool about these dudes, is that if one of them ordered the other, like, okay, attack now, and then the dude would jump out and do it. He wouldn't second guess it. And Raphael, I want to go back to Raphael. Raphael should have been the tactician. Yeah. Are Snake Eyes and Storm Shadow true ninja? I like those dudes. The thing about it is, even those dudes, well, thing with ninjas is that we understand that we're going to get into children's content. We're going to get in children's content whether we like it or not. So what we do is, then you better really perform on the style of shit. You better look cool. If you can't kill, you better look cool all the time. And so Snake Eyes, yeah. Snake Eyes and Storm Shadow look cool all the time. Now, they have a lot of dumb toy moments where, Storm Shadow has to get out his positronic ray cannon or whatever. Some clown shit's going on there. So while that's all happening, I have to call over Rocks. No, don't call Rocks. Do not unleash Rocks. Rocks is a dangerous familiar that I have complete control over. I use my spiritual mana power to make sure this dude does not get out and start booty busting people. He's a yokai of the highest order. Is this the guy? Usually they're all like glowing as shit. That doesn't look like him. I don't want to waste time and energy fighting a dude I don't need to fight. Now let's see, it should be right there. Didn't help me navigate any harder. No, it's not him. I remember there was an episode of G.I. Joe. I need to find it and watch it. I want to find it and watch it and do a ninja commentary. That'd be fun to do, is do ninja commentaries on stuff. Say, yeah, that was very ninja-like. Oh, this is very ninja-like. And, people say, who's this dude? How does he know what a ninja is? I mean it from an aesthetic angle, sir, and you know that. I kicked the shit out of you. What was I saying? Storm Shadow, I remember there was an episode where he got pissed that people weren't taking their martial arts seriously, or their physical conditioning more than anything. They weren't taking it seriously. And they were saying stuff like, we don't need that. We've got these things. And they're blowing up tanks with various rockets and lasers. The abilities you won't actually see in the show, because every time they fire at each other, they miss. So yeah, they're blowing up these tanks with a single shot. I guess that's how serious it is. Anyway, blowing up these tanks with a single shot. They're like, yeah, whatever, Storm Shadow, you're a nerd with your martial arts. I've got gun. And Storm Shadow said, oh yeah, you think so? Yeah, what can you do about that tank? And he runs over and punches the shit out of the tank, and then it falls apart because, ninja martial arts, he targeted all its welding points and it exploded. Yeah, what do you think of that? And they was like, whatever, it's not that big a deal. Okay. So yeah, Storm Shadow's ninja. That was a very ninja-like thing to do. Oh yeah, the tank. Oh, let me demonstrate real quick. No, end it. Get it out of here. Mop it up. Send this loser home. Oh man, I cannot find this damn thing. Maybe it's maybe on the other side of this chasm here. Ooh, this looks like the way to get to him. Mods, celebrate me in chat. Oh yeah, who the hell is this? Oh, it's one of those things. And I don't even get to have the element of surprise on because I have to shoot this dickhead. Why is DSP so uncool? I blame his parents. I blame his dad. I blame his dad quite a bit. So one of the things is dads are supposed to kind of teach you what's cool. And this dude doesn't know anything. He doesn't value anything. He doesn't think of anything as cool. Meanwhile, dudes know why things are cool. They're just terrible with language. Tell people why baseball is cool. Because it does this. It celebrates this part of humanity. It does this thing about humanity. It's interesting to have these skill sets, whatever. Mr. Dave Burnell didn't bother to teach this kid anything. My dad would explain to me why things are cool. He'd be like, oh, because this, and this. I'm like, oh, yeah, that's a good way. Even though my opinions changed, I at least had a rubric, Meanwhile, you got this butthole who don't know anything. It's shocking to me. It's shocking to me because one of the things that I liked about my dad is that he was also pretty ninja. He was hard on me in unique ways. And the thing about it is, when I tell people about things that my father said, he denies it. He's like, whoa, I never said that. And the thing is that other people will be like, oh my God, how terrible that he would say that. And my thought process with the whole time was like, no, that was actually the right thing I needed to hear. One of the things that he would say is he said a couple times, you're bringing shame on the family. You're shaming the family name. And people have said, oh my God, what a terrible thing to say. I'm like, no, that's kind of true. After a while, your idiocy reflects on your parents. What was their excuse, huh? That's exactly what we're doing with Dave and Linda. We're asking, what's your damn excuse? Because you represent your parents. And so, yeah, but my dad would say all the time that shit's lame or something. Like, oh, that's lame. That sounds stupid. I appreciated that. Oh man, he got me. I knew it. Storm Shadow's ninja though. Who else is some ninja? Jotaro is ninja. I've mentioned this before that Jotaro's pretty ninja. There's a couple characters in Gundam that have ninja elements to them, but honestly not that many. I'm trying to think of who does, because even Schwartzbruder, the actual ninja in the show, he's a samurai. He's a samurai because he's doing the professional wrestling gimmick thing. It's a samurai thing. Goodness gracious, man! I'm never completing this area. What should I do? Should I go up here? What I should do is I should warp here. Warp here. But yeah, ninjas are cool. Oh, I probably can't open this damn door. Shit! That's what this whole song and dance is about. Alright, well, at least we'll restart. That's like the first time I've ever been here. Wanna fight me, pal? I think about things that are cool all the time, man. I want a ninja game. I want more ninja games, man. It's a dead genre. Stealth games are a dead genre. I read something truly depressing. And it is here's the thing. So here's one of my, if you guys want to hear a rare political take from Lynn. I have a grievance with capitalism that I've never had really answered or addressed, and I kind of take it seriously. And it is, art dies under capitalism. It does. It empirically does. Because you can't have the bravery to take those kind of risks when you have the threat of so much shareholder bullshit and all this and that. And so you lose out on art that way. And, I'm told that, well, capitalism is the best system. This is the one we live in. And I'm thinking, well, hold on a minute. I would think that whatever this is right now can't be the best system only because eventually art dies, Eventually just mass-produced bullshit wins. And, yeah, I think that's an issue I have with. I feel like a lot of art isn't brave. Everything's too safe and perfect. So packaged and soulless. Ain't no art in anything. No one's trying anything. We don't have any more art, man. I don't know how it happened. Well, I do know it happened. It's the way Magic the Gathering happened. It's the death by spreadsheets. Math. Capitalism kills art through math. That's the weapon it uses. But Magic the Gathering, like all things, became dominated with art, extension of some, and that is Bill Watterson was a profound man. People should read Bill Watterson's thoughts on things. He was an immensely deep man, and he made a truly masterful work of art with Calvin Hobbes. But he talked a lot about this. He talked about how art is ultimately strangled to death by business and capitalism. And one of the things is that you will, of course, go to the math of, well, what leads to getting the most amount of profits? We should do that. And that becomes the driving force. And people will hear that and say, well, yes, of course. Well, why wouldn't you do what gets you profits? Why wouldn't you do that? And my hand goes up in the back of the class, and I'm thinking, well, because eventually we'll lock into what's profitable, only do that, and we won't have anything new anymore. It'll just be that all the time. Because that's what humans want. And does anyone not see how that's technically a nuclear extinction event? If everything is tied to it. And the thing is about it is it got more and more precarious as time went on. These game companies, it was always precarious. It was always life or death, but not to such an extent where it completely deleted the capacity for bravery. Because even some brave stuff cushioned their fall. And so how much of that was simply not done nowadays? What are AAA games anymore? What are they? AAA games are GTA, Madden, Call of Duty. I don't know, 2K, Sport Game and Gun. Oh no. Turtle Master, please help me. Master Turtle's cool. But yeah, what was it? It's death by spreadsheets, man. Because that's exactly what happened to Magic the Gathering. Magic the Gathering started following the numbers. And sometimes the numbers are the worst thing you can bring to art. Numbers are the worst thing you can bring to art. Numbers. You can't paint a picture with numbers. Not a good one. I feel like I've just been here. Where am I going? Dude, I'm probably never going to reach my destination. Too stoned and too stupid to navigate. So that's like the 9th time I've walked in here. Up. There we go. An enemy is progress. Got him before he could transform. Good. Ooh. What is a AAA game anymore, man? And that's what I'm talking about, stealth games. That's why it's one of my biggest criticisms of capitalism is the power of capitalism can make it so that some forms of art just straight up go extinct. And it's rather sad because stealth games are beautiful. They're such beautiful games. They're the most peaceful games you can play. It's just me walking around being the threat in the room. It's me being the strategist. It's me being this. And they're gone. And the reason why it's blamed on capitalism is because capitalism is going to adopt the best strategies at all times, right? Well, when you apply that philosophy to art, what you have is saying you have a tendency to go with the strategies that's working for everyone. And stealth games are not conducive to a battle pass. They are not conducive to a battle pass. They're not conducive to much of a lot of the gimmicks of the games industry that gets them money. I guess the biggest thing you get them on maybe is cosmetics. But stealth games have no interest in a battle pass. None. How would you even implement it? And so because there's not that capacity to implement this thing, it was postulated that that's probably why it is that, oh, God damn it. It's probably why it is that stealth games don't get made anymore. There's not as much financial incentive. But yeah, whenever I bring this up, people say, well, what kind of system do you propose if not capitalism? I'm sorry, it's just a failing of capitalism. And my statement is that's not true. That's not how this should work. We should be able to divert some interest into maintaining these kind of things. To fully liberate art from the confines of spreadsheets and shit. I think it'd be perfectly fine if some of these things were at least in some way operated in a way that decentralizes control. We shouldn't have art created by a committee. It's dangerous for art because the committee will just decide some art is not possible. And that's not good. That's not where art should be at. Art should be in the realm where anybody can make something kind of weird or whatever, and not so much of your life is dependent on it. Like, people's lives should not be ruined by making one bad game. I truly believe that. And I think that to have that kind of blade hanging over people's head will really kill art. And I just think it's wrong. Because you see it in Magic the Gathering, man. It died by spreadsheets. Because it had all this lore, all this beauty to it. And then they started going, well, let's do Marvel. Okay. And they're like, well, we should have maybe less violence, maybe less dying. Maybe we shouldn't kill so many characters. And I'm thinking, why is that a concern we have? Is this a marketing concern? You're concerned about it from a marketing aspect? Because, yeah, you're not allowed to have grisly content in mainstream marketing unless it's somehow superhero related. So what if we made them superheroes too? Now these guys got like a Justice League and all this and that. And just the worst. Death by spreadsheet. And then Mark Rosewater, I could have an entire 19-hour long rant about this motherfucker. I absolutely despise this human being. Mark Rosewater. Because he's the perfect example of some nerd who doesn't get it, you know? He's doing the spreadsheets. He's like, but numbers say this. It's like, no, after a while, if you're going to be an art man, you got to be willing to do something pretty brave. But then he would articulate, basically, we can't afford to be brave. Everything rests on the next set. And I'm thinking, that's pretty precarious. And I think that's a bad place to put yourself as an artist. As soon as everything rides or dies on your newest project, that's a bad place to be as an artist. Now, granted, that's historically been the case most of human history. However, we recently solved that with something called the Industrial Revolution. So, come on now. But, yeah, man. And you see little glimmers of it with Magic the Gathering, man. Magic the Gathering had these cool moments where the universe building was just right. Just right. Perfect dose of little this, little that, little this. And you see it in some worlds. Some worlds are less interesting than others. Some they are. I think Zendikar is lame. I think Zendikar is one of the most uninteresting places in Magic. And I know that it's a popular place for a lot of people. But I think that, well, I don't know, but I have a hypothesis that people remember the humongous plot twist more than they remember the actual place. Because the entire premise of Zendikar was that you had this planet that's full of weird treasures, weird rock formations, weird treasures and stuff. And these people grew up here seeing all this stuff, and they find relics to fuel their societies in various ways. Well, the thing is that eventually it's discovered that this entire plane, basically, is a prison for these incredibly horrible creatures, these unfathomable monsters. Eldritch horrors, basically. And that's cool. Now that's cool, because that's where Magic the Gathering was dope as hell. Is they made Eldritch horrors part of their game in a fairly unique way. And then what happened was that this was the big reveal, is they eventually broke out. And now these gigantic mega threats are loose in the cosmos. And so what I think people, when they have a sort of nostalgia for Zendikar, they have a nostalgia for the big reveal that happened. Because the actual set sucks. The actual setting it's bumpkiss. It's trash. There's not a lot of depth to it. You've got treasure explorers, vampire guys that are also treasure explorers. You've got core. They're like these kind of weird white-skinned mountain people. You know, it's pretty much all I got. I don't know how to proceed from here. You would think it'd be around here or something, right? Or rather, you would think it'd be here because this is... No, it is down here. Yeah, because this leads right... Oh, okay. Duh. Yeah, this. Okay. Of course. But then Magic the Gathering also... The other thing that killed art is... And this one isn't... This is not an economic evil or an economic short sight. It is a cultural one. This is entirely culture's fault. It's American culture, and we hit it wrong. And that was the death of irony, or rather the birth of irony killed humor. Because Deadpool is basically Satan to me. Deadpool is evil to me. He's evil incarnate to me. Because he represented this thing where the sarcastic, wow, that was weird. Check please. That kind of shit. That kind of fake ass shit that people love about these characters from sitcoms. You know, who's that dude, Michael or whatever his name is from The Office? Yeah, that dude's a bum, man. Dude's lame ass. I don't know why you think he's funny. Ross? Yeah, that dude's a loser. These dudes talk like losers. And so this kind of, we built in this sort of revulsion to genuine humor. And it's so genuine that it's such a revulsion to such an extreme degree that people have embedded it so deep in their hearts. Everyone does this. Even I catch myself doing it. I don't want to do this anymore. But it's a social evil. Is this sarcastic dismissal. And it's a dark form of cynicism, I find. Where basically, here's how it could go. Here's how it could go. If I showed up to work tomorrow, dressed in the nines, with a trilby, a big-ass Mexican mustache, big-ass Mexican gunslinger mustache, period-specific tailoring styles, looking like I just walked in from a Western. If I did that, you know what would happen? Is people would immediately, even if it was even half of that, even if it was just half of that, not even the top hat or the trilby, even if it was half of that, if you came into work, people would say, oh wow, looks really good. I like the cowboy thing. Oh wow, it'd be very silly. And they would make jokes about it. Oh man, I see you're really looking like a gunslinger. They'd be joking about it. And I think that's what I'm talking about. That's evil. That's a contaminant. Because what we should do when we see cool things or interesting things, we should say, that's cool and interesting. Not joke about it. We should say, that's cool. That's rad. I like that. That's a good style. No. Because no one's willing to stick landings anymore. No one has the confidence to stick a landing. And I'm guilty of this too. I just always try and play things off as a joke. That's why I even try and joke at my own jokes to diffuse the possibility that those might be good. But it's that innate urge to kind of hinder yourself because you're afraid to be genuine. And I think that's why I hate anime so much. I think I told you guys I dropped Assassination Classroom because it ruined a beautiful scene to do a little joke at the end. And nope, done. I'm done with your show. You're not confident. Not confident enough to stick your landing. Okay, so that was the shortcut door I popped. Must be through here. Or down here. Can I open this? Is it going to be a boss? Am I going to get smacked immediately in the face? This looks like the huh? What? Oh, these dudes. These are gross turtlemen. These dudes are rapists. Oh, there he is. Looking for this dude. Yeah, I like these yokai dudes. I'll make up my own yokai. I think it'd be fun. Is there sort of make a demon? It's kind of why, in many ways, I've always kind of gravitated more towards polytheistic situations, such as like I like Aztec stuff. I like Japanese stuff. I like some Chinese stuff, a little Chinese stuff. I need to learn more about it. Um, Dude, die already, man. How much more of your stamina do I need to exterminate here? There you go. That's the end of that. But so I always thought the thing that I found constrictive when it came to things like mythology and stuff is that the presence of a sort of uh, a pluralistic monotheism. And that I understand how that sounds like a contradiction, but it essentially is, in a sense, a two-sided monarchistic system or a monotheistic system. You got God, and then you've got Satan. And the thing is that Satan is supposed to not be in any way as powerful as God, but he seems to always present a threat to God. And that's because of the intermediary, and that is man. But the thing is that why it is that I find such a thing constrictive for me, and why it is that I always gravitated towards a fascination in other belief systems, was because I always liked the idea that you could have a sort of web of an ecosystem of evil. And that all these dudes suck, but some suck harder than others, and some suck less than others, but then some suck weirdly. You know, they're terrible. They're all terrible. But then also, in some ways, some of them are actually not that bad. Or could potentially help you if you convince them right. And they kind of become these weird things where they're sort of folk spirits, you know, they will help you if you do this or whatever. If you are nice to turtles, this guy might save you when you're lost. And it's, you know, to teach the kids to be nice to turtles. But god damn, man, how many times am I gonna loop around this stupid ass map? But yeah, the turtles, man. Okay, I feel like I'm going in a circle again. I need to throw down some sand or something to mark my progress. That actually is in the game. I guess I could do that. Hey, yeah, see, this is what I was trying to find. Something like this, maybe? Yeah, this looks good. Probably that direction. No, not that. God damn it, I did another circle. Okay, I'm going forward. I'm not getting lost this time. I'm not talking about ninjas, I'm not talking about anything. We're going to focus, we're going to lock in. Okay, so we're past here. Okay, we're going to keep going here. Okay, this is the first branch. We go back here. Do we find anything we need here? Not find anything particularly noteworthy here. I think this is pretty much cleared. Oh, this looks like a threat. Yeah, we have an enemy at least. Excellent. That went well. Yeah, but then you had some zones in Magic the Gathering that were better than others, and some that had a lot of promise that I felt were rather disappointing. The Kaladesh, I didn't much care for Kaladesh. I thought that Kaladesh was an interesting idea of basically making a new artifact plane, because that happens every once in a while. Artifact planes are popular. And the thing is that I didn't much care for it. I didn't like energy. Wasn't a big fan of that mechanic. And the vehicles, while cool, got immediately replaced later on. So I liked the vehicles dynamic. I thought that was a lot of fun. But as soon as we got mechs, those dudes hit a massive backseat. So Kaladesh, it was alright. What else was one? Zendikar sucks. Zendikar's lame. Nothing interesting happens on Zendikar. Theros was good. I liked Theros, but I also kind of thought that it could have been just a wee bit more. But it was good. Return to Theros was... All the returns have been completely disappointing because you don't actually really get a chance to return to anything. Alright, who am I fighting? But I like the plurality systems like this, because then anything can be haunted and horrible. You broke your tatami mat and then threw it out instead of fixing it. Well, now it's haunted. Tarkir was cool. Aw, damn. Oh, man. You did nothing wrong. Did everything correct. How far was that? Just right up here, right? No, that's a expeditious situation. What were some other good ones? But things started changing once they reached the 2-block format. And they started doing just 2 blocks at a time. Which, when that happened, I was rather brokenhearted because I like 3 blocks. I love having a long-ass exposure to these settings. But I got over it. I thought, okay, 2's fine. You can get quite a bit of story in 2. Well, then it got into, well, let's do 1 block. And this is where it is that I blame society. It's where I blame spreadsheets. Because you know who gave them that information? People like DSP. People who are so impatient and lacking of art criticism that they just want to move on to the next good thing, and that's what matters. And so what they started doing is 2-block and 1-block model. And 1-block model has been the annihilation of Magic. It is dead now. As a artistic concept, it is effectively dead. Oh boy. Oh man. But they did have Kamigawa, and Kamigawa was one of my favorites because it was Japanese and had ninjas and shit. And that shit was hype because ninjas are cool. Okay. Let's get level up here. Get some more magic. And can I use a new art? I need more of this. Yes, I got a new position. Sweet. Oh, I need to kill this thing's wraith. Damn it, this sucks. Oh, to enhance it. Oh, that doesn't do anything for me. Yeah, see, that's better. Enough for 100. Went back to my roots, played Ace Combat 7 Skies Unknown, and took me back to playing the PS2 Ace Combat games. Man, I remember that game. That game was a lot of fun. Funny to think that DSP is what caused yellow paint to be apparent in modern video games. Exactly, it was people like him. Medicare called it. He was saying that this is the kind of guy who gets that to happen. Because the thing about it is here's the thing. DSP is not that abnormally stupid. He's not. He just seems that way because he's stupid constantly. But most people are not are also lacking in any sort of cultural or logical grace to them, just like Phil. And so they don't think about that stuff. They don't think about that at all. They are prone to making the same kind of mistakes that Phil does. And it's also because of a tourism thing. You know, you bring in more people, you lower the level of people who are going to be competent at it just because you've got a bunch of incompetent people in society. It's just statistical osmosis. But yeah, it's a shame, man. You get away from me. Where's that shrine at? There it is. All right, guys, I think I'm going to call it there. Thank you so much for joining me. I have no memories of what all even happened during all this. But take care. Have a fantastic night.